Welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic, the place to be on a Friday night. We have a special delight for you. Phynne Belle. One of my favorite poets, such a wonderful soul, such a staple in this community with vocabulary, all of the things that she does. It's just amazing. Everyone here loves her. We're all here to support her. Tonight is Phynne's night, and we are going to have a great time. I'm going to start us off with this poem. It's called Void Siphon. Sometimes the void siphons my last breath, combines a pride of destroyed lions in my chest. Ride the line, deployed scions to clean up the mess. In hindsight, they seem to regress every time my mind's eye eats the stress pressed against a condensed version of diversion, tactical subversion, determine the certain fright that I'm burdened with tonight. As I recite my yearning to be right, I realized maybe I'm left. Lost in a void of sanity was never the plan for me. This planet seems to be way too wrong for me. Floating in a sea of miscommunication, loathing time, it's just an accumulation of all I see. Wait, breathe, Tom. Take it easy and free. My spine alignment confined, assigned to the degree of a fine line in this third dimensional space-time that we see. My dreams always seem to set me free. Thank you. That was Void Siphon. All
Oh, that
right.
was good, Tom.
That was so dope, man. That
I
was so
love
dope.
it.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, so for our first open micer tonight, um, we have someone who's actually going to be a future feature here soon. Or no, you just featured, right? That's right, you did feature. Or are you? I'm so confused with these features. We do them every Friday. I lose track. So I usually have my list
We
pulled
should
up.
have Nemo feature.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, I heard he was really good. We should do a Nemo feature. So I remember telling you guys next month in September we were gonna do no features, but I had a special request. Sfango and Love Infinite are putting together a dual feature, and we settled on, I believe, September 15th, I think. So expect that. That's gonna be amazing. Really excited about that. And we also, I know you just reposted the list, but we had some people show up after Diane. So after Diane, we also have these wonderful poets, Debbie, Elemental, Ed, and Terri. So yeah, Dane, if
All
you
right.
could start this night off and bless us with some words, brother, I would appreciate it.
Okay. It's all forms. It's all forms. Like water washes, I will drown myself in you, baptized by your passion, tropical rain from lips, bliss, desert, searing, hot kiss. We carry our scars. Yesterday pays for today. Ancestors follow. We dream we are free from them, on our own, never alone. Tethered to this earth, wishing to soar, to find love, you branch, I land on. We sway in breeze harmony. I dream more now in your arms. Before the world dies, tangled thighs we slide out of, a dream held kissing, pulse quickens, nibble on lip, come wrap me in your poppies. Journey to Ferndale. I have to raise my screen here. We went in winter on a journey to Ferndale. Cold December. Do not go north in the winter. Cold cows, winter rains, brighten green grass in the dale. Hard as your eyelids shut, the old brick ranch house chimney stood, solitary as a splinter. Cold December. Do not go north in the winter. Winter storming on the north coast of California, the power went out. Hard as your eyelids shut on old brick ranch house chimney stood solitary as a splinter. You die long after the mudslide on Highway 1 was impassable, tumbled, blocked, firm, and stout. Winter storming on the north coast of California, the power went out. The journey was begun when we were carefree another lifetime ago. You died long after the mudslide on Highway 1 was impassable, tumbled, blocked, firm, and stout. Winter weather warnings ignored. Nothing could stop the romance flowed. The journey was begun when we were carefree another lifetime ago. The memories floating in air, trailing tendrils pale. Weather warnings ignored. Nothing could stop the romance flowed. We went in winter on a journey to Ferndale. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Lovely,
dang,
lovely,
those
lovely.
Very nice, very nice.
Lovely,
very
man.
good pieces. Everybody unmute and give it up for Dane. What a way to start the night, man. Great pieces.
Wow. Yeah, Dane.
Yeah,
Great job.
Yay.
Nice. Fantastic.
yeah.
Too
Nice.
cool, man. And me and Dane might have a special surprise for you one of these nights too. So
Mm.
keep that in mind. little Zoom magic. But yeah, we're gonna keep this thing going because we all want to hear the feature and make sure that she gets all the time in before she had to leave. So coming up next, we have another one of my favorite poets. All y'all are my favorite poets. I love this space because I love every last one of you. I love hearing all of your styles and your, just it's a beautiful thing. Coming up next, we've got Dee Allen. Dee, if you would be so kind as to unmute yourself, share screen if need be. I made you co-host, and just bless us with some words, brother. I'd appreciate it.
Before I go into these two poems tonight, let's give it up for Dominique, who makes her triumphant return here to Open Minds.
Woo!
Yes.
Woo!
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dominique.
The queen.
Welcome
of
back,
spoken
love.
word.
We love you.
Love you guys
Your
too.
feature was so dope too. What? Like,
Not to take nothing away from Phynne Belle, because it is her night too.
I don't think any of us could take anything away from Phynne.
Yeah.
She's such a force of nature that. Yeah.
From Written Tales magazine. This is a prose poem called What Better Gift. Each suburb has one thin, dark-clad, sad-faced baby bat, driven to high school in a silver Toyota Camry, dropped off, petite shadow, drifted past scornful teenagers. Girls' tongues wag, diss and slag, boys stare puzzled at her. Class scapegoat, bullied with a toss toad, landing upon a notebook on a desk with exquisite pen drawings, back with loud laughter. School outcast, confined to the bench, alone and sitting, face and spirit downcast, whilst children in white, athletic outfits and sneakers, frolic through the gym, bouncing a white rubber ball. Phys ed routine, then mass dispersal when the wall bell rang, deserted. Social leper, lone silhouette, drifted past scornful teens again unseen. Left school for the bus stop, city bus sped, refusing to cease for one potential passenger. Local leper, forced to walk a street of fears, car doors locked on sight, poodles on leashes, walked by senior couple, suddenly barked out their rage. School crossing guard raised her stop sign. Stop! Being scary. Small girl at playground screen, hid small face in both hands. Women's faces registered in identical fright. Countless birds flee from tops of trees and telephone wires. Flower garden tending neighbor in straw hat and gloves cast evil eyes at her approach. It was a hellish day of ostracism and misfortune until the return home. What better gift for a thin, dark-clad, sad-faced baby bat to have than a parent willing to go painting wrought iron fence, stone walkway, and the entire house black to support his own daughter's pursuit of happiness through the Gothic life. Faint sign of a smile of appreciation shown at the right time. A prose poem called What Better Gift, inspired by the 2017 television advert for the German hardware shop Hornbach. And a baby bat is a beginner in the Gothic subculture, usually between the ages 13 to 19. And the next poem I already did at some previous installment of Open Mind. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up another one in its place. Hold up, y'all. This ain't going to take long. From the online magazine, Otis Nebula, number 16. This poem is called Interlude and Otis. For a singular Black life in the hood, life expectancy is low, but I never dreamed I would live long enough to be in the presence of 2 centuries, to run with gangs or be shot by gangs. Excuse me while I take a long interlude from that urban absence of mind. Dog-eat-dog exhibition even previous generations of roughnecks played. Perhaps this violent tide, this body count will have a chance to finally stop. There's a vast world beyond beef, bullets, and pistol smoke. Thankfully, I have wisdom to continue navigating it with artful words. It's been 51 years. That poem was called Interlude, an Otis poem. And this Otis was made using the seed words given in Otis Nebula issue number 14, singular, dreamed, presence, or interlude, mind, previous, perhaps, chance, beyond, wisdom, and continue. From this mic to your ears, I'm Dee Allen. Thanks for listening.
As always, Dee, on point. Thank you so much for that. Everybody, do me a favor, unmute yourself and get this man all the love he deserves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is what I'm talking about.
Dee Allen.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's dope. That
And
was
let's
dope,
give it
man.
up one
That
more
was dope.
time for the return of Dominique, the
Okay.
queen of spoken word.
All right.
Yeah. And while you were reading, we also had Lakàn show up, and we have Love Infinite show up. I assume y'all want to read with us, and I really want to hear it, so I hope so. So I added y'all to the list. I would love to hear from y'all. But before we get into the continuation of the open mics, we have a special treat now. The reason we're all here. Phynne Belle. She is a San Francisco Bay Area poet, writer, and co-director of the Poetry Global Network, as well as the creator of Fincabulary online open mic and programs, which September 21st will be doing poetry games, hosted by me, inspired by Catalyst. Make sure y'all are there. I'm going to make a post tomorrow about it. Yeah. This year, it has been her honor to have her work included in the Poetry Global Network's first anthology, Kaleidoscope Poetry. Y'all need to go get that. I remember they did the digital book tour. We got to bring everyone from PGN, and it was a wonderful show. There's some amazing poets there, and yeah, like y'all go get that. Phynne has one poetry collection out titled Some Days Here. She is passionate about crafting events and programs that make the literary arts accessible widely. She's been a great inspiration to me and to open minds. I hope one day I could fill her shoes in a way, you know? We even chatted about it in a workshop, and she's like, I've been at this for a while, and I love what you're just bringing that fresh new energy. We've been doing this for a year now, it's been. And she's like, I'm ready to pass the torch and the crown to you, but I don't know if my neck's strong enough to hold the crown, but I could try to double fist the torch for a little while. But we need you doing what you do, and you need to keep doing it because it's amazing. You can follow her on Instagram under Phynne _ and on Twitter at Phynne Belle. To connect with her in more ways, you can go to her link tree, which is linktree/Phynne Belle, and I'm gonna go ahead and post those in the chat now, so you guys can copy, you guys can click on the links, you guys can, you know, get acquainted with her. And Phynne, can I just say this? From the moment I met you, I wanted to do more poetry. You've inspired me in so many ways. And not just that I wanted to write poetry, but I wanted to create the community of poets that you seem to, have created. And like, I know how much effort and work you put into it. And it's a beautiful thing. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for doing this feature. I'm so excited for it. So, Phynne, if you could do me a favor, unmute yourself and bless us with this feature.
Thank you, Tom. There's nothing more energizing than hearing that I made some sort of impact in your life. Thank you to you and Catalyst for inviting me to be the feature tonight. It's such an honor. Can you guys hear me? I guess my voice is a little low today. Isang napakagandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Mga kagalang-galang na Makata. Ako po si Phynne Belle, isang Filipino-American na Makata na nagmumula sa San Francisco Bay Area. Co-director ng Poetry Global Network at organizer ng Fincabulary Platform. A very good evening to you, esteemed poets. I'm Phynne Belle, a Filipino-American poet who hails from the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm the co-director of the Poetry Global Network and organizer of the Fincabulary Platform. So for every feature that I am kindly invited to, I begin with a theme that simply will not leave me alone. Something that presents questions and brings my poems, hopefully that will answer. I hopefully bring poems that will answer and ally them. I try to quiet my mind, listen to the voices that the universe speaks to me in the silky whispers of leaves talking amongst themselves, the daily dialogue of light with dark, the heartache, the lingering pain of the chasm bridging fullness and empty. The concept I desired eluded me up until yesterday, truly. I kept on changing the sets that I wanted to bring until Tom's voice joined all the other voices that were pooling and sloshing around in my head. He would always say, when he thinks of me and he thinks of my poetry, it recalls the lullaby of the sea. And it was that simple after that. The poems came forward all at once, wanting to tell you about my affinity with the elements of water, how its unconscious symbolism of how I perceive the world, interact with it, exist with it, how, like the sea, and the deities created to explain her phenomena, I live this duality of yielding and ferocity, of nurturing and wrath. How like the sea, I too am mercurial, but usually at the turn of other people's callous whims. The waters giveth life, the waters taketh away. So my first poem is a cover. We as Filipinos are a people of the water. We're dwelling near it, thriving on its bounty. Its epigraph of this poem has always clung to me. The ignorance, the condescension of the epigraph. But the poet offered a powerful response. And so this is one of my favorite poems. It is Aimee Susara's Amphibious. Amphibious. My iPad would cooperate. These people, both men and women, this is the epigraph, seem amphibious. And to be able to live on water as well as on the land, so well do they swim and dive. 5 pieces of iron were thrown into the sea to them for the pleasure of seeing them exercise themselves. One of them was skillful enough to get all 5 of them, and in so short a time that one can regard it as marvelous. This was from observations of the indigenous Filipinos by the Dutch in 1600 from Sucesos de la Isla Filipinas by Antonio de Morga. To be amphibious is to breathe underwater, gills and fins, illuminated in a flash of sun, to be sirenos. Es amar el mar, es tener cuerpo de agua, disfrutar. How the sea dances along our spines, how it fills our hair, makes us weightless. We do not care if we are seen, taken as entertainment, desnudos, observados en un acto sagrado. Our brown bodies split the water, no para conquista kundi para sa union. Our bangka are our extensions of our katawan ng tubig. Do you know which hand carves this wood? Mula saang mga puno? Whose spirits guide us to the other side? Hindi namin kailangan ng mga mapa. Hindi namin kailangan ng mga kumpas. Feel the immense dagat move beneath us. Can you feel it? Through the thick hulls of your conquering vessels? We do not disrupt the harmony of things. Can you plunge your hand into the sea and bring up a fish? Can you split one into 2,000 pieces so that every mouth is filled? Can you perform such the miracles you describe in your holy book, watched by mga anito? Todos los seres vivos nos protegen. Bawat plankton, bawat maliit na hipon, bawat nabubuhay na bagay. Ser amphibious. Upang maging kasuwato sa dagat is to breathe underwater. That is Aimee Susara, Amphibious. So I'm not going to try to be coy here. It came a little later in my life, this intense appreciation of and pride in my heritage. But now, once I've begun, this pride overflows. So this next poem is a tribute to not only those roots, but to the gentle keeper of my heritage, my beloved mama. This is called Preparing Rice. There is a skill involved in sifting of rice, a patience explained between bent fingers of elders to the impatient, nimble fingers of their young, in how they part and create moving dunes of white into mountains. Divide to invent valleys in between where empty hulls and shining gray pebbles await notice. A diligence in seeking every last one as if cherished gem. The practice of flick in the wrist makes grains shower and arcs of sunlight in one fluid motion, this repetition becoming its own meditative rhythm. There is an art to the careful act of cleansing rice, of summoning the coolness of a stream of water ready to trickle down palms as they lightly caress plump grains in observation of liquid swirling thin milk into translucent. A single joint becomes the mark upon your measuring tape finger, a knowledge innate of where the top of the saturated rice ends and the rise of the water above it begins. Innate knowledge of how it is the perfect level. There is an art in the building and maintaining your fire upon which you cook your cast iron pot of rice. Begin with the small branches, leaves, and logs presenting themselves along meandering early morning treks, spying kasoy peeping between fences and sampalok fallen from tall trees. Remember the coconut hulls, sun-dried after fiesta ng mahal na birhen, and carefully squirreled away. Take this morning's newspaper and light its frightening political headlines aflame. Feed it as offering to your hungry kindling. Wildfire consumes itself. Here your pot nestles, where the embers glow and endure. There is a skill to tending this life-sustaining gift of rice, a balanced scale of perseverance and ingenuity in preparing it as the vital lungs and heart of a meal where not one morsel is neglected. Nose and eyes intuit the thickness and steam and the linger in the air of hearty aroma, and know that this is where to shush and calm the flame. See as the grains soften and expand. Swallow what remains of the cool land of purity once submerged in ocean fathoms, now lifting its head visible. Never an idle kettle, pygmy aubergines, their bands deep forest green, startling, join the settling rice, keeping each other company as they relax, subdued and pliable. Tara na, kain na tayo, carries upon the afternoon's remaining billow, humidity meeting the coming dusk and its tentative coastal breeze. Sampaguitas greet the cooling of evening, whetting appetite saved prudently for hapunan. Country table set, tinapa bounds from the frying pan, flamboyant in the instants it flashes, momentary gold rainbow of its smoked skin. Sibuyas at kamatis soak themselves, sea salty and patis, each soul, every offering knowing to wait, almost until the tutong crackles once. Our signal to mingle our words with the grace of our bounty. Amang banal, basbasan po ang mga biyayang ipinakaloob mo sa amin. Our signal to whisper grace before dinner. So this next poem is also a bite-sized love message to my mama, who passed away a few months before I wrote it 3 years ago. In my imaginings, it lays her to rest at the bottom of the ocean that composes me, inside of my sea glass heart. This is called Dikya. Mama, do you see me waving? Do you see my face shining, bobbing sa ibabaw ng dagat? I sink my toes into the sand, the jellyfish, ang mga dikya, tickle my calves. I sink down to where the curve of your belly rumbles. Okay, so we are at a poem, which is a special treat for me because it's another cover. And it's a cover of a poem that I was so generously lended just for this very event. And so you guys get to guess whose poem this is afterwards. Yeah, after I share it. It is quiet down here. Breathless, beautiful, this salty brine muzzles the screams of joy and laughter. I softly pull my flesh deeper toward the abyss, The silent sirens kiss, twist the bitter cold into my lips. My heart chimes in, rhythmic drum beating in my ears. So calm and peaceful down here. A place where my mind sounds clear enough to hear them. Minamahal na sirena, nakikita naming ang biyaya ng inyong liwanag. Nagpapasalamat kami sa inyo at pinagpapala ka ng lakas upang ipagpatuloy na maikalat ang pag-ibig at pagbibigay liwanag sa lahat. Dear mermaid, we see the grace of your light. We thank you and bless you with the strength to continue spreading love and enlightening everyone. With the ancestral message burning in my mind, I turn to the sky, shove my head above the tide. The love from the sun embraces my face. Fresh air fills my lungs. I love this place, so peaceful and calm. The space where my life belongs. So that's a poem from our very own Tom, Open Minds. He created that. He took the time to translate the portions into Tagalog. So I love him for that. Thank you so much, Tom, for allowing me that poem.
And you executed it absolutely amazing. Thank you for reading it. I put a lot of love. I tried to keep it short, sweet, and simple, but with a really cool message, and you crushed it. That was beautiful. I'm so excited that you did that.
I'm so glad I finally got to read a poem that you created for to say. So thank you so much. Yeah, it's wonderful. Have it now in my file. It's there forever
Yeah.
for me to take and reread.
Yeah, you can reread it whenever. I wrote it for you to perform, right? Like it was never a poem. I wasn't gonna read that. I can't read the the Tagalog part, right? So like I wrote that for you to read for the future. So
We'll have a little tutorial.
yeah.
Afterwards.
Excellent. Thank you so much for reading. That was beautiful.
Yeah. So when you are someone who gets to know me really well, you will likely find out how I adore old fairy stories, folklore and myths, and often cannot help but weave them into tales where the sea is eternally calling. If you listen closely to the waves lapping under a close watch of moonlight, you will hear what loyalty and duty exact. And beneath that loyalty and duty, you will see what love sacrifices. This is called I Am Water. I am seeing everything. I wonder about the moon and the tides moving when I rise and fall. I hear the song of kin, vibration, and misery in my ear as I slumber. I see the mountains above head, crystal pinnacle and destruction looming. I want to be in their company, chant their alien melodies. I will dance upon the fire knives to their tribal hymn. I am seeing everything. Today, I mystify the lagoons with my movements, mimic the odd finned fish swimming a frenzied pattern in the twin ocean above. I feel the echo in my breast of the bulls emerging, calling out to a mate they do not know yet. I run my fingers over the clinging bubble of coral and call her statuesque, implore the blood-bright algae to let me rename her Rose. I fret all my 5 sisters have consumed life and still do not appreciate its mysteries. I covet knowing that ignites in their eyes. I weep for the lover I pulled down to the depths of my being. Watch the blue of his life abandon him and mingle in the swirling bubbles as he becomes only mine. I'm seeing everything. I accept that to capture his notice, his fickle God affections, I offer my beating heart, my oath to cleave my body in half so he may settle, wait between feeble limb and claim dominion upon land and now my sea. I proclaim on bruised lips that love is intact and sacred and mine alone. My sisters tear out their hair, mourning, their shrieks are deafening. I have fevered dreams now of weightlessness I can no longer summon. I wave as my father blesses the burning orb, embraces her as they sink to familiarity of their haven each night. Goddess Moon arrives and she departs. I attempt to learn the trickery that keeps my beloved's eyes upon me, the artifice to amuse him. He is an explorer in his bones, a conqueror. He collects baubles at every port. Goddess Moon arrives and she departs. Weary of the skin, the stale air shrivels and rejects me, reveals my subterfuge, foreign daughter. I repeat my nightly prayer, fervent, close my eyes now. Tonight the moon descends, my mother's eyes shining upon the blade. I smile and plunge her mercy into my tide pool. I am at peace at long last. As the fish in the twin ocean join in with their brothers below to serenade me with their wailing lament. I am one with my waves rushing and receding. I taste the brine of myself and of my kin, and it overwhelms me, fills me to bursting. A constellation breathing upon Neptune as he wraps me in my burial shroud. I am seeing everything. I am whole once more. I am home. So still dwelling on the lingering melancholy of a heart-sick sea, thinking about the fate befallen led me to want to follow it with this poem. You know, there's this saying that's called, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I think that's how the rot phrase really goes. Well, I'd like to say, hell hath no fury equal to a siren's rage. So take heed and do not cross one. Take heed and do not love one, only to discard her heart later. So this is called Isa Pang Kanta ng Mga Sirena. Your eye follows my iridescence as it expands, fans out in your hook. Covetous scale catches in its wake, casts serration envy, edges honed. You gouge all my edges off, remold me in your image, divine mystery, divide my mystery, cleave, goddess. From woman, recreate me, human, refashion me from fish gut, legs that flounder. You feed me bowl, my own cauda sirena, understanding, sickening intimacies. Transformation is the pain of separation, a puny hope of my submission. You dream amidst plaintive, lost at sea, wailing. I will soften upon your palm before you burn me on the kiln. There is not enough of your feeble fire to combust me, to consume me. I am not clay doll siren, replicate and confined along with your curio on the shelf to collect dust, while you splice your own two limbs and not see the phases of the moon mark upon your forehead. I forgot myself. My shipwrecked incantations lulled. I was human. I was your putty. I wanted to bleed out all my spell casting and my pearl-infested lamentations, but that would have been sin to the salty seeping pores of my unseeing eyes. Defying you in this way, in the escape of my shipwreck song, of my driftwood maidenhead, while you spin your pottery wheel, looking off into the distance. Fire your kiln from corpse fathom cold. There is not enough of your feeble flame to combust me, to consume me. While you raise your tiny villages and claim your Lilliput castles, have you seen me slay the kraken and pivot my sister the ocean in my rage? I am swaying with the same movement of the temperate waves, of the boats that hum along with the tropical breeze. Take heed before my placid waters engulf and swallow you. So love, yeah, that annoying distraction. So it's enough to stop me for a suspended moment of thinking about the sea altogether. Perhaps, maybe, I don't know. But why does love have the power to ensnare us? Why does it enrapture us completely? Because when love is good, oh my goddess, is it good? This poem is called Naked. I awaken to my internal clock, or perhaps something more primitive. Craving the sun's first rays, its protracted, teasing beams, brightening first rose, then limoncello thick, bending through the shutters to rouse and wash over our sated, reclining bodies. In this sacred hush, I lean back. I do not touch you. I only allow my eyes to consume your beautiful sleeping form, naked and open to me and the arrival of morning. The sun becomes a lover. He is pleased with you. He toys with the way light plays upon you, as if he were imagining the choreography of a delicate ballet. Dancers in ecstatic fugue, rushing without thought down the strong slope from your shoulder to your back, delighting in the challenge of scaling inch by inch the majestic hills formed by your succulent exposed buttocks. The sun continues in his ascent, perhaps longing to find better purchase upon his own cumulus bedding, to gaze upon you, all of you at his leisure, as he shifts and tilts, as he sighs and settles. His heavenly movement scatters his adoration of you into droplets of luminescence. A million variegated prisms making swift changing arc of color, kiss upon kiss, to inundate the cinnamon sheen of your skin. He has painted you, recreated you, a favored Adonis of many hues. I watch this kaleidoscope shimmer and jump upon my own arm as I reach out and suspend a single finger above the curve of your spine to follow one rainbow forming and then melting into the rising heat of your flesh. I am envious of that intimate act, wanting to press all of my own waiting nude shape into yours again, to fuse in the covert way that our bodies know and recognize each other, like memory, like instinct. I am impatient of the distance between my hand and your body, of my skin not near enough to your skin, and I capitulate, drawing that single finger, the lightest touch over each vertebra, causing you to shiver, to stir. The sun, vain and amorous, refashioned you an Adonis, but I cannot help but think this is the vision Psyche's eyes first alighted upon when she beheld Eros by candle in all his unclad glory. God of sex and love, daylight will claim you too soon. We must wait outside. Sun, peek all you wish. Love God's bow at this altar, lay with the divine. And because love is so damn sexy, and that was so damn sexy, that recollection, I want to revel in that whole idea a little bit more. So I want to suspend the corners of and turn back time a little bit as I turn out the returning tide. I want the waters to return. I want the memories to return. I acknowledge that the love never left the shore. So this is a brand new piece, and it's still, oh Lord, it's still a mess, but bear with it. It's called Mintaka. Mintaka is the planet where us water beings emerged from. You must hear this story, the day I reincarnated, mortal flesh, molting fin, and sugar glass bone landing starship upon a Monday evening's dying planet. Sonar wave Rhea awakens, tightens my plumed, prideful fishtail, ruining my smeared vermilion gashed lips, breaking a winning streak. It was in that instance you bellowed. I paused. There was nothing laced in the impending icebergs, melting in my drink. Poseidon's bow. You were assured of it. Brine and tang, I murmured back. I was already tracing the shape of your lips that took to round the vowels, softened their frantic release in my direction. You dimmed this flame inside your hurricane lantern chest. You cupped long fingers to surround it, to guard it, to protect me, while your essence, your combustible you, hissed between our untended gaps, your fire not wanting to churn vaporous my whirlpools, my water not wanting to douse you, wanting to swallow you whole, not wanting to want you, wanting you. I felt how my bare skin screamed beneath siren scale, rapturous when you singed it the very first time. I remember when we were November, I remember us as December, I remember the hot wind of you, sunburst gust on my throat, and my cheeks testing your come-ons, summer sweltering blistered. You never came around in those days, your destination far abroad and untold. I had known in Mintaka, spirit ascending, I would gift you my devotion. I would rainfall you my patience, coax poppies from the cracks of you, desiccated earth, of you, nexus birthed soul. It was then we understood. We halted the tumbleweeds rolling in their southwest wanderings. We rooted wildflowers, every riotous color in the desert, burgeoning life. In those days, I sang the sea drunk for you. She pulled the moon's phases erratic to echo you, to greet you, sunrise Elios mounting, to hold you, to save you, sunset Icarus plummeting. You bore not a solitary care as your violent rays ripped the sky bare to embrace you, to rescue you in your nightly downfall. So last poem. Sorry about that. Last poem, and I'll be out of your hair.
Alexa, we're trying to listen to Phynne.
So we can't leave the ocean quite behind, not just yet, without catching sight of her sentinel, please. Her enduring companion, watching her and her charges through the night. Have you ever thought about how lighthouses and the Nereid intersect? Illuminated, beckoning, they are solitary
It's Friday
hope.
afternoon. Celebrate the
How
start of the
rude.
week.
How rude.
Here's the story.
Oh,
we
Lordy.
cannot have Tarika
No.
up here and not talk about.
That was rude. So have you ever thought about the how lighthouses and Nereid intersect? They're illuminated and beckoning. They are solitary hope and fantasy of survival in a churning, endless sea. In both, you do not recognize your pending death until you're close enough to look into their dazzling eyes. So this is Leviathan, my last poem. Glint of sun, reflection off dusty car window, refraction in my filmy lighthouse eyes. Where does the burden of knowledge flood a soul parched spiral staircase, my feet grounded on the concrete question, the poet, grill the seeker? How many boats are broken toy carcasses now littering my shores? Do I light the flame for them after the fact, after the wreckage? Do I light the complicity, the flame I cannot muster on my own? Do I harpoon the mighty whale with these 2 hands, these 8 window panes, fog bloodied? A Leviathan heart for a tin cup of oil, a life for a light, blinding illumination. The sirens tear out their storm cloud locks in their fury, in their Envy, wailing, laughing, they ask, when did I learn the genius to thieve the slaughter within their song? On the seafloor rumbling, earth core voices speak. The fish are well-fed messengers. Bellies like smooth, weighted stone they consume. The dead swim a stop-start jerky line into ready neck survivors. Discover fire. Light the world, become the sun, become the gods. Gut their gasping catch. Find sailors lost at sea. Spill forth dining on one another's rot. Heaven in replica upon the sea and her lovely face. Hell has lived on land longer than anyone cares to admit. The poet, the seeker grows restless, wanderlust cannot hold memory fast in. Ghost eel heads. Conspiracy among the bees in the air was the solitary lighthouse always right here? Landlocked? The ward of the stalwart rock? Who was first human to claw upward from water, sprout mutiny vain legs, abandon their watch? Who tilted the Fresnel, named it looking glass, caused the world to pine after themselves, to avert their gaze from Amphitrite, from Satu, from Eos, from Selene? Am I my sister's light keeper? That's all from me. Thanks so much, guys, for listening and bearing with me.
Phynne.
Thank
Uh,
you.
I just want to say, as a landlocked Florida boy, the joy that your words bring to me, it's like the warm sand in between my toes, the smell of the salt in the air, the flows of the ebbs and ends of the tides, the oceans, the waves, all of that you brought to me tonight, and I am so thankful and grateful for that. Like I said, I really look up to you and everything you do for this poet community, and like you inspire me to keep going and to push forward and to turn this world more beautiful. So yeah, I want to thank you so much for doing this feature. Um, but I know a lot of people want to show you love and thank you. So if everyone could unmute and just give Phynne all of the love and
Gorgeous and glorious.
That was
Phynne
beautiful. That
Belle.
was beautiful. That was
Yes, the
perfect. Wow.
siren herself. Great
Yes.
job.
Taking us to your homeland.
Encore. Encore.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, taking us to your homeland. That was beautiful. That was awesome, man. Like I was there. I feel like I was there.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Salamat,
Sweet,
Parana.
man. Ah, what is that? What'd you say there, Lakàn?
Salamat is thank you in
Okay,
Tagalog.
okay. I learned a bit of Tagalog when I wrote that poem for Teresa. I was kind of learning. It's such a beautiful language, and the way it's so like I tried to read it out, but then I'm like I know that's not how it's supposed to sound, right? So, yeah, Phynne, I'm gonna put you up on that offer. I would love to learn. So just to throw some, I'll write a poem for you, maybe for me to read to you, and I'll throw some more Tagalog in, and hopefully be able to nail it. Yeah, thank you again so much for this feature. Um, let's all give it one more time for Phynne Belle before we move on to the open micers. Come on, one more time, everybody, unmute, show that
Yes,
love.
Phynne.
Oh, it was so
Yes,
good.
yes, yes, yes. Woo. Yes.
A wonderful set.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Word.
Beautiful.
I personally have been waiting for this feature for quite a while now, and yeah, I feel so grateful. What a night. Um, Thank you so much. And the cool part is we have um we got 29 people in here, and I think there's only three spectators. So we got some poetry coming up. So I would ask if you guys do two pieces, try to do a bit of a shorter piece. I don't like to put time limits on people, but we do have a lot of posts to get through. So do a long piece, do two short ones, but I want to hear everyone tonight, and Finn's got to leave, so we got to try to rapid fire as many people we can get in, and then once we do edit the video and get up, she can go back and watch it also. Yeah, and at the end, when she's gone, we'll leave a big message for her to see at a later date, so that'll be cool. Yeah, thank you so much again, Finn. I'm gonna go ahead and post the list that we got going next here. Um, I'll take Finn off spotlight so she can wipe them tears off and enjoy all that happiness and joy and love that we just sent to her. Yeah, again, thank you so much. I just posted the list. We have some newcomers here tonight. I want to give a special shout out to Richard Spisak, who I believe is a poet laureate, right?
Just another poet
No,
among fine assembled poets. But thank you, sir.
well, because I've heard your poetry at other venues, and I was like, this man's a genius. He's got to be a laureate or something. So, like, you just,
Thank you, brother.
yeah.
You're very kind.
I'm excited to hear you. Welcome to Open Minds, and welcome. We got Cozzy Coz up there chilling on his nice, comfortable couch. It's his first time, Cozzy Coz. I don't know how you.
It's all good.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Cozzy Coz. Cozzy Coz.
Cozzy Coz. All right, cool. Well, you was looking cozy, so I had to throw that in there, right?
I am.
Yeah, so so we
man,
really
thank you
appreciate
for having me.
being here
Thank you
too.
for having. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far tonight.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's beautiful, man. I love hearing all the different poets, man. This is what it's all about, man.
And the cool part is we got this list. There's a list where I'm looking at the names and I'm like, this is gonna be a fun night. So let's get this started. I don't want to kill no more time. I just wanted to welcome everybody, first and thank them for being here for this magical moment. Sister Kristi Scribbles, I love you. My wife loves you. All of Open Minds loves you. Could you be so kind as to unmute yourself and bless us with some words?
Hello, yes. Hello to Catalyst. Okay, yes, I am the channeling poet on Instagram. And I have been working, I do channeled art, channeled poetry, and I also do channeled tonal energy work. So after the Paul Skiff feature, he inspired me to push the boundaries of my poetry a little bit and try to integrate things. So here we go. So shout out to Paul Skiff. Okay. Here we go. There. Woo, okay. This poem is called sorry, I just got really nervous, people. Woo, okay, here we go. Circles encircling me. Okay, let's all just take a deep breath here. Whew. And out.
You got
little support here.
You see the
Another
circles
breath.
hey, Kristi, look at me.
Yeah.
Do you see the circles encircling me?
Yes. Okay, I got it. I'm focusing in. Okay. All the way around again. The circle is complete. All the way around again. The circle is complete. All the way, all the way. Around, all the way, all the way, all the way around again, around again, around, around again, around again. The circle is complete. All the way around again. The circle is complete. The way around, the way around, circle, circle round, way around, way around, all the way around, all the way around again. The circle is complete. To watch it end where it begins, it seems so very neat. All the way around again, the circle is complete. To sit inside this ring of ride allows me to see what sees. To see her there as we do stare, the reflection so very clean. I see her there in front of me. The circle holds her space. I see her there in front of me, unrecognizing my own face. All the way around again, the circle is complete. To see the me no longer be to set her fucking free. All the way around again, the lines drawn on the floor. All the way around again, the circle is no more. Complete the cycle, free the time, the past no longer is. Free the cycle of your own truth and walk the road, forgive. Set her free, set her free, allowing her to pass. Set her free, breaking the sphere of glass, round the circle of the now to sit right here inside. Round the circle of the now, beginning this new line. All the way around again. The circle is complete. To watch it end where it began, as the circle will always be. Round and round the circle goes, always starting more. Round and round the rings around drawn upon this floor. I draw them there to hold me here as I see her turn to go. The cycle, it is over now. Time to enjoy the show. All the way around again. The circle is complete. All the way around again. She's no longer me. She's no longer me. She's no longer me. Thank you.
Whoa. See, Kristi, your work was always loaded with that intense emotion in your voice, and you just found another way to really boost that through the roof.
Get that right up. Woo!
You kicked it up a notch.
Incredible for inspiring us there.
Wow.
It was so beautiful. I only have one complaint. Because I know you probably have your Skype settings to like echo all that. There's a feature on there that does audio for musicians and stuff. There was a few times where it dropped a little bit, but like we could still hear it. We heard the whole thing, but next time you perform that piece, if you can go into your settings and do the artist, the musician, no background cancellation, because then we'll get to hear all those subtle tones and all that. But like it was so beautiful, and I want you to perform it again with the features so I could hear it. And like Paul, thank you for inspiring Kristi to do that. And Kristi, that was amazing. You need to incorporate more tonal stuff in your work. Everybody, unmute yourselves and give it up for Kristi.
That was wonderful. So hypnotic.
Lovely, very lovely, very beautiful, very lovely. Yes, yes, yes.
Thanks for
Definitely.
pointing that technical thing out, Thomas.
Well, I want to
Word.
hear it in the best. I know it could like I loved it, but I know it could have sounded a little better if next time she sets that setting for the
Yeah, it's
musicians to
it's
do.
it's hard to, it's hard to know what it's coming over as when you're doing it in this format on Zoom. But imagine Kristi doing that
Yeah,
live
and
in a room with
live,
a
right?
mic.
Like, well, you would
Yeah.
feel the
Oh yeah.
vibrations of
Oh yeah.
her, you know,
Yeah.
and she would just pass that energy. And Kristi is a channeler, and being a channeler, you can also project. So, yeah, she can receive messages from the gods and from the ancestors and from the spirits around her and from the people around her. But she could also project that. So I would love when Kristi, one of these days, my wife and I already have it planned out. We're gonna get an RV. We're gonna travel everywhere and stop and spend time with everyone. Do a Friday night show there with the people from their house, broadcast it from our RV studio, and we're gonna take the show on the road. So yeah, look forward to merchandising, books, YouTube. Go to the YouTube channel. We got stuff for going up there. We're gonna try to monetize that a bit because we want to take this show on the road. I'm gonna even talk to the Canadian government and see if they have like an Alberta Fund for the Arts or something. Like this is a very magical place. It's been 1 year now, and I think within this year, like not me, all of y'all have created this very magical place for us all. And yeah, we want to just drive around the as far as we can get, and meet all of y'all and do the shows and spread love and light and poetry. And someone who's gonna help us with this next step, they've been talking with my wife, and thinking, like we want to. This is such a lovely soul. From the moment I met you, I was like, oh my gosh, like awesome. Just I remember there's been times where we were left speechless about someone's poem. We're like, and Nona's like, bam, came and we're like, that what Nona said, like that's how we all feel right now. So just your appreciation for words, for the style, the intricacies that go into it. I know you're ADHD like me, so I know how your brain works, right? Like you're just in it, and that's why I'm doing this, right? And so yeah, we're in talks with how we can incorporate Nona into the Open Minds family as helping us out and such. So um until then, and for now, would you do me a favor? Unmute yourself and bless us with some words. We would greatly appreciate it.
So today I got something a little bit special. I don't actually have, well, some of it's a little poetry, but mostly it's artwork.
Awesome.
Yes. So I do collage on the side. So I do collage, and this one has a few versions. We're going to move on to the next one. This is a physical one that I did with a bunch of really cool Alice in Wonderland stickers and other things like that. This is kind of like, this particular set is what I consider my Warhol.
Yeah, I can see
I love it. I need to go around my house and take pictures because my wife does the same thing. Like our computers, the desk, like she does sticker collages and collages everywhere. Like you and Catalyst are gonna be best friends. Like
I'm quite sure.
but yeah, I want to show you. So yeah, I want to show you some of these, and I'm excited for her to see this video too.
Really like it. It's like a Doppler.
Yeah.
And this is a self-portrait. Because I'm the space brain, so, clouds.
It looks like, yeah, I see you
Yeah,
in that for
I can
sure.
see that.
Yeah.
We got this one, which is another kind of self-portrait. You'll find I do this a lot.
Were you a swimmer?
Not really, but I like swim in daydreams,
Oh, nice. Oh, I like that. That was the best answer to that question I think I've ever heard.
And this, some are familiar with. It's kind of, if you guys remember the Scream, the famous one, where he's like on a bitch screaming, this is kind of like my own portrayal of that.
The name is Eva Monk. I learned that in AP Art History. I passed up at 3. Thank you. Monk is the name of the artist.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And this is one I made when I really wanted to travel, but I could not travel.
Oh, so you just stuck it all in your head there. It was like, there, I did the thing. I've been to the
That
places.
is cool.
Well, if we do take this show on the road and we need a tech person on the road, maybe we'll have to scoop in. We also want to travel overseas as well, so you know, we'll see how that
And
goes.
that is it.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Nona Lea,
that
for that
was
wonderful
really
artwork.
good.
That's cool, man. Like, I love art. As you know, you guys all know, and like we do art, and so like I love when people come on and show art and just, you know, express themselves in more ways than just one, right? Like, yeah, we have our words, but like a picture speaks 1,000 words, you know? So we really appreciate that. If you could unmute yourselves and give all the love and light to Nona Lea for sharing those beautiful pieces of artwork.
Amazing, amazing
Great work.
artwork.
Yes, loved it.
Yeah,
Loved it.
They're really
love it.
consistent.
Wow.
Just great work.
Amazing, amazing artwork, man. Wow. Yeah, the Edgar Munch, that scream. I love that. I love that one too, especially. That was dope.
The tones and the colors, oh, they just jump right out at you.
Yeah, yeah.
And to kind of reiterate about what Paul just said, where it's very consistent, is the fact that you found your unique style and you're consistent with it, and it is unique and it's collage, but like the color tones, the placement, like it's so cool that you're able to find your style and stick with it, and I would love to see more of your artwork and how it evolves over the years. And yeah,
I will
keep doing your
absolutely
thing. We
show
love
it, and I'm trying to learn how to draw slowly, so maybe when I actually get better, you guys will be able to see a little comic.
Oh, all right. Cool, cool, cool. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much again. Let's keep this thing going. We've got some other amazing poets on the roster. If I can alt tab to find them. Oh, that's right. We've got the Jedi Master himself in the house, Paul Skiff. Brother, thank you for showing up like every Friday since you got here. I enjoy your presence. I enjoy your poetry. I enjoy your mind. Just being in the same room as you, I feel like my energies are rising and I'm becoming a better poet by proxy. So I appreciate you being here. And if you could share some words with us, brother, I'd appreciate
Thomas, I don't think I've ever had anybody say they enjoy my mind. That just is very touching to me. Thanks. You know, nobody likes to be objectified for their body or other attributes. You want to be enjoyed for the content of your spirit. Thank you for saying that. It's just another great night here. Phynne Belle, thank you so much. I've been waiting a long time just to hear a big long set by you. So it was kind of, I'm going to be digesting that feast for a few weeks, I think. I'm just going to do a bunch of really short things. People have heard me doing some of these lately. They're just based on cliches or turns of phrase or epithets. As part of the reason I got into doing this was just to kind of get away from ego-focused poems. Not that I have anything against it, but I, you know, wanted an alternative to that for some of my practice. So these are just really short things, and you probably recognize the cliches because they're part of the poem. Riding the crest of a wave, the smile was flooded with balance that surfs on inertia to epiphany. The next one is posing as a foreign custom, mi casa is su casa, shared openly with one and the same. The next one is On cloud 9, mindless bliss was looking for where it had lost its head, but the insincere effort was a joke of the pleasure. The next one is, over the moon was not that far away from being down to earth, because really being out there is where awareness of limits would come to its senses. The next one is, happy as a lark set loose the limits of human contentment. The next one is, as special consideration from consequence, just in time, got a new lease on life at a moment's notice, just like that. The next one is, walking on air is the magic of being oblivious while needing to exercise detachment from humility. The next one is, the turn of phrase upset poetry snobs by showing its backside was informed by an antonym. The next one is, in the waiting room of not so sure, commitment was kept by definitely maybe. The next one is, awfully good, impressed better than expected as being not bad. The next one is, it hurts so good, enjoys being a paradox masochist. The double edge of pleasure allows subordination to slice. Only a couple more. The next one is, bliss was in high spirits, looking for transcendence, intoxicated by a goal whose revelation had its feet on the ground in a puddle of nirvana. The next one is, grinning from ear to ear, exaggerated self-satisfaction in a stretch only made imaginable by the need to mouth excess mirth. The next one is, consequentially careless, without a qualm, and willing to try anything, one way or the other, made a promise to dodge karma and make necessity real. The last one is, butt naked, had a lot to live up to compensate for being so bass-ackwards.
Yo, Skiff, man. Hey, see, I love that you come back week in week too, and each time you bring us like a new style, a new form of poetry, and you crush every one of them. Like, so like you really inspire me to try to branch out a little bit. I've noticed I get stuck, kind of in the groove, and so like. I want to try like some of these micro poems and micro triptychs and all these new forms of poetry that our community created or that are already out there, and so like I just love hearing just cool new fresh stuff from you. And I just want to tell everybody in the room right now, you are all officially Padawans. The Jedi Master has inducted you into his school. You all got some knowledge. Thank you, Paul Skiff. Everyone, unmute yourselves and give it up for Paul Skiff.
I love that. And I don't know if the next,
Sorry.
I don't know if like you know, doing the short poem, and the next one, and the next one, next one was a part of it, but I still loved it a lot. I felt like it was one whole poem.
Oh,
Excellent delivery. Excellent, excellent work.
Yeah, that was so much fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was trying to have fun, Dawes.
It was very,
You know, it's other people, you know, like Nemo, you know, kind of gives me permission to do this kind of work in a sense, you know, so it comes from being exposed to you all. So thanks again. I'm just so happy to be here and hear everybody again. Thanks.
What a way to end. That last piece is absolute genius.
Absolutely.
And so I love that Nemo inspired you to do that, and you inspired Kristi to do the tonal piece, and it's like this circle of just inspiration and love, and you know that old saying, like, rising waters bring up all ships. Well, the way I see it is like, hey, if I'm skilled in this and you're kind of skilled in that, well, if I could teach you that, and then you could teach me that, and then we go up, now we're masters of all crafts. So it's where we can bring each other up through introducing each other to different styles, different forms of poetry, inspiring, being encouraging. Like the amount of love and encouragement that I feel every Friday between this community is just amazing. And like if the rest of the world can work as well as we could together, we could make this place so much better. So yeah, I just love and appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much, Paul Skiff, for that piece. Coming up next, we've got another mainstay here at Open Minds. He was the third wheel in this from the beginning, pretty much, because I think he's missed maybe 2 shows, like pretty much since we started. My wife and I chat with him on the regular. We love this man. He's my big brother. He's from South Florida, so like he's got a little piece of my heart. And yeah, he's just been an amazing friend. The Magus, Gustav, Sallas. If you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, we would greatly appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Greetings, beloved poets. Thank you, Thomas and Catalyst, for this wonderful space. Love you all. This is called Doggerel Perverse. Colloquies of colostomies, sailing the 7 seas, variegated vastness, swimming the fastness, weirdness on widgets, book burners or idiots, simmering saltines in designer jeans, feeding the hunger, the assumptions I'm under, waltzing Matildas, in-beater Hondas, there's no sense to be had, please don't be mad, demanding attention, escaping detention, fried like a clam, I am what I am, grandson of Sam, George Michael of Wham, freedom of choice, now raise your voice, on a quest for fire, my aims to inspire. And this is my dinner with sangre. Dinner with my sister and friends last night. Steaks on the grill, cooked to perfection with portobello, garlic onion sauce, a baked potato, and peas. My sister told the story of how she was a loyal blood donor to the Red Cross of Philadelphia and that they paid her $350 for giving blood. Some of that money is what paid for the expensive 1 pound top sirloin steaks we were enjoying. She literally shed the meal we were consuming with such delight. Give blood, give blood, give blood. Over dinner, we discussed many things. Our host had recently lost his job and his girlfriend. He mused at length on the value of loyalty through trials and tribulations. As many conversations do in this troubled country, the discussion turned to mass shootings, specifically the most recent mass shooting in Cleveland, Texas, resulting in 5 deaths, including 1 8-year-old child. Sangre, sangre, sangre. 2 female victims were discovered in the bedroom, lying on top of 2 surviving children. Now that is loyalty. Who would you act as a human shield for? Who would you protect with your life? Sangre, sangre, sangre. You are my blood. To you I am loyal forever. I mean with no buts, ifs, and no however. I'll not let you down, and by this I mean never. We have a bond impossible to sever. Sangre, sangre, sangre. Thank you.
Thank you, Magus.
Yes,
Yeah, I
that's
love that
deep.
one. I remember when you read that to me in a call, in an IG call, and I was like, wow, I love it. I love it. So dope, man. Everybody unmute and give it up for the Magus, Gustav.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Kaboom.
So good.
Works beautifully.
Who you give your life to defend? Yeah, definitely. I know my son and my dog. I know. I felt that, man. I felt that. Word.
And I always love the intensity that he's always got, man. So great. What a performer. Yeah, and like I said, open minds fam right there. He's been around since day one. Um, and then we got people that we love, even though we get to see them very rarely. Um, we got Vexed Lex in the flesh. So glad to hear you again. I know you've been here a few times. It's been a while and stuff, but I don't mind if I don't see you. I know you out there doing your thing, but when I do see you, I am so excited. So, yeah, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. This is actually my first time being here, but I know I've seen you at the New
So it
York.
is
Yeah, it's my
okay.
first
So
time
this
being here.
I
Yes.
thought you were here before because I remember hearing you and you stuck in my head so much that I thought you were here at my show. So hold on. Everybody, do me a favor, unmute yourselves, give a big open mind, open heart, and open arm welcome to Vexed
What's up,
Lex.
Vex? What's up, Vex? What's up? What's
Lovely
up?
Glad you
being
found this
Welcome.
place.
What up? What up?
welcome,
Yeah.
welcome,
Welcome.
welcome to the family. We are not a cult.
All right.
Word,
So I'm
word,
gonna
word.
thank you for that. Appreciate it. Love sharing space with everyone here. So I'm just gonna get right into it. I'm gonna share two pieces from my book, Ask Me Again in 6 months. You can follow me on Instagram, Vexed Lex Poetry. If you just want to follow me, you like what you hear, or if you want to buy my book. First piece is called Snakeskin. How can you tell if you are having a manic episode or if it's having you? For dinner at 6:30 after it slithers through the door from a long day of masquerading as you, so well that no one thought to ask about the scales or wondered how you spoke so smoothly from a forked tongue. It discards the costume used to cushion itself from your rough interior, while you were left unprotected to thaw until you were just ripe enough, finally heated you up and gnawed at you before you've even had a chance to cool down. You wish it would just swallow you whole, but instead it's making morsels of you, carefully chewing to ensure that you are beyond recognition. The plate has been cleared of all traces of you, but when you don't stay down easily, it regurgitates the indigestible parts, leaving the unsavory bits on full display. Sooner or later, you start to work towards making yourself inedible. You hope it will lose its appetite for you and that it will let you return to your own skin. And this last piece is a short piece. It's called Ode to My Voice. I was born into a whisper faint, made to be unknown. I grew into a murmur quaint, destined to speak alone. A stutter through the awkward years, so much restraint, an inhibition I could not condone. The young, timid girl who had to realize she had the choice that one day she would become a voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for becoming that voice and sharing those beautiful pieces with us. Thank you so much for coming to Open Minds and sharing it with us. We love you. We hope to see more of you. Everybody, unmute yourself and give it up for Vexed Lex. Oh, and post a link to that book.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful,
Beautiful
beautiful.
piece.
See you
Thank
here.
you.
Wonderful.
Come back though. You got to come
Right.
back on Friday.
Forrest.
Word. That was lovely. That was beautiful, man. Word.
Yeah, Lex, that was just fabulous.
Loved it. So another newcomer here, Cozzy Coz. Where'd you hear from? Who brought you in? I know we I don't really advertise for this. We try to bring in people, through word of mouth to say,
Yeah.
how'd you find our crazy asses, huh?
Mr. Magus, actually, from the New Yorican Zoom. Yeah, so he
All
invited me
right.
to come on here. Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so very much for having me on here.
Yeah. So everybody,
And
y'all know what to do. We just did it for Vex. Mute yourselves. Give a big open mind, open heart, open arm welcome to Cozzy Coz.
Hello, Cozzy.
Welcome.
Glad you're here.
Cozzy, welcome.
thank you. Thank you.
And
Thank
this is my
Welcome.
first time hearing you too, so I'm excited. Like, I
Thank
love
you.
hearing new poetry, man. So yeah, if you
Yay,
could
yay.
bless us with some words, we would appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, I'll hit y'all with a quick poem. Real quick, just a warning, my phone's been tripping, so it might. I hope it doesn't freeze. If I disappear suddenly, that's why. But let's hope that doesn't happen. Okay, so this poem is titled "When I Was Just a Boy." When I was just a boy, I had no idea of that which I never knew I didn't know, which is everything I know now. Had I known, I would have been unknowingly ahead of myself, leaving me far behind everything that I was to be. That being me. The memory of my past is presently here to remind me of my history's future, which I forgot to not remember so that I wouldn't forget. If I recall, yesterday was tomorrow's today, therefore I never called in the first place. Yet you question my calling with the questionable answer you call for. I find that if I lose myself to be found, I will not be lost. So intrepidly, I trek the trepidation of my Odyssey's quest while fearing my fear of nothing. I can hear the blaring of the deafening silence while blindly looking to see what I can envision myself hearing. I look at that which I've been heard to have seen, a crystal clear, hazy fog, condoning the enablings of thwarting inhibitions, freely incarcerating my imprisoned liberties, permanently making my freedom temporary, like a finite infinity ending in a never-ending beginning. So I shall stop to start the completion of my commencement before the aftermath rises up to come down into the full emptiness of my vastly expanded limitations. See, I've been gone just to come home. So excuse me as I leave for my return. Thank you.
Oh, Cozzy. Oh, the
More.
concept of that poem,
That is
the way you
awesome.
executed it, the word plays in it, you
Thank you.
crushed that.
Thank you.
I want to hear more. I want to see
Thank
more
you.
of you. I don't think I got you on the Insta. If you could drop that in the chat, so if anybody ain't following you, we could follow you. Do you
Yeah,
have
definitely.
another
Yeah.
piece for us, man? I want to hear more. You looking cozy over there, Cozzy? You got enough time for one more for
I
us?
definitely, no, absolutely. I can hit y'all. Hold on, real quick. If I could just 1 second. Okay, yeah. I have another piece I can hit y'all with. It's the ABCs, my ABCs. My alphabetically bestowed consciousness. Always assess allegorically adorable anecdotes, articulately addressing any assumingly amended addendums and altered agendas. Anymore, ambivalently attacking with an antiquated arsenal of amplified animosity aptly and ably applied to abjectly ailing allies. Affably, I applaud the admirably aspiring and affectionately alienable actions autonomously apparent anytime anyone astutely attempts to adaptively acclimate to acutely and abusively affected atmospheres, ambiances, auras, and amicabilities. I'm absolutely astounded and amazingly astonished by how aggressively adamant and abhorrently averse to acknowledging actual analytically assessed affirmations as so many avid absolution alienating addicts so absurdly and acrimoniously are. Aimless ambiguity and ardent arbitrariness anonymously assist in adding augmented amounts of agonizingly avowed appropriations to the already arduously arrested and abominably aching aftermath of this entropically aimed artificial attack. Actually, it's abysmally anxietal, also apprehensively and appallingly alarming, because braggingly boastful bureaucratic bastards brashly bargain like bird-brained, blunderingly buffoonic bozos, bodaciously bringing big ball-busting bulldozers, blindly bullying, bereavingly bleeding, and burden-bred beasts. But I bravely breathe to briefly benefit from the blankly benign benevolence bequeathed to and bestowed upon us. Before becoming brazenly bitter, become beneficently better. Build a broader base, brightly broadening our beyond bountifully boundless and bloomingly beautiful baby's best. Because I've been backbreakingly busy, broadly breaking bales of bodega bought bread and barrels of briskly brewed beer, bourbon, and brandy. Booze. Also, continuously concentrate on continually clandestine congregations centrally centered on corruptly concealed collusions, creatively culminating into criminally cruel and caustically cancerous calamities. Because corrosively capricious communists chronically crave crucially conflicting conditions, crassly creating cosmically chaotic camps, coercively constricting classically classy cowboys, and contemptuously convicting candidly compassionate compadres. So courageously combine the cautiously commingling classes, couthly causing a credibly clear cleansing and conscientious consciousness, consequently catering to a culturally comprehensive culmination commonly classified as a community. Thank you. Coz.
Yo, Cuz, thank you.
you.
Yo,
Total
I want to hear
overload.
you do
So glad
a
you can. Yeah.
Cyclops poem. It's a
I'm
form
sorry,
that
I'm sorry.
Catalyst. It's a Cyclops form. It's a form that my wife Catalyst made up. I'm gonna be doing Fincabularies, word games on September 21st. I'll drop the Eventbrite link for sign up. I would love for you to show up
Okay.
and do a Cyclops poem with us. And
Okay.
and we have another fun one that we're gonna do too that only two other people know about. But yeah, it's gonna be a really cool little poetry game. September 21st, and was that 1 p.m. my time? Then what? Let me look again. One time
think
your time? Okay.
1 p.m. Pacific.
Pacific.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Um, Yeah, I would love for you to show up and and write a Cyclops for me because your word game is on point, yo.
Thank
Like
you.
I
Thank you.
want to
Thank
hear
you.
more. I hope you come out every Friday. I'm
I
your new
appreciate it.
#1 fan, poetry crush all the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
out, and I hope you enjoying the show tonight. And yeah,
Oh
thanks
my
for
God,
sharing.
yes. Absolutely. This is awesome, man. I'm loving all of this, man. Thank you. All of the different arts and poems. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yes.
And we still got
Yes.
a whole like dozen more poets to go through. I believe we got
I'll drop my information real quick for y'all.
yeah, bet. Thanks,
But
man.
thank y'all.
Thanks.
Thank you. And send me that information too, please. Yes.
Yeah,
For
if you
the
look in the
21st.
chat there, I did the yeah, I did the link to the event right in the chat there if you scroll it just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I want to hear what you could do with that form of poetry. It's because you got like a mastery of words and yeah, man, I really respect that. Um,
Thank you so
Let's
much.
keep this thing going. Coming up next, we have another inventor of poetry styles and just, inspiring people throughout the night, throughout months, weeks. He's inspired me. I consider him my brother. Um, I just I love and appreciate this person right here so much. The great. We should
Copy.
feature him. The great Nemo Sum.
I see what you did there. Thank you, Thomas. I'm gonna play the piano tonight, if that's all right.
Huh? That's more than all right. I didn't even know you played the piano.
Well, I haven't been playing in public for a very long time, and then like the last couple days, I've played a few times. So
Before you start, go into your settings. In the audio tab, there is a thing called original audio for musicians.
yes,
And
I'm
put on
one
high
step ahead of you
fidelity.
there. It's turned on.
Excellent. Love you, brother. So excited to hear some piano
No,
from Nemo Sum
it
tonight.
makes a big difference. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I am nervous as hell, but thank you, Kristi Scribbles, for inspiring me to push past that. So
What is there to be nervous about? We all love you, you know?
thank you. This is Prelude in E minor by Chopin. Oh, quick sound check. How's that? Good, too loud, too soft, perfect, Goldilocks, Goldilocks, all right. Thank you.
Nemo. I got two things to say. Three. That was beautiful, amazing. I never knew you played the piano. Crushed it. You always seem to surprise me. I love you. Two, do you write, would you be interested in writing like custom scores and stuff that I can maybe write poetry to or something, or you can help us with this Whispers in the Wind song we're doing? Like, would you be interested in writing original score pieces?
Yeah, I play, but I don't write. I don't write music. So, yeah, I appreciate the idea and the offer, but no, I don't write music. I can play, but that's
Well, you know what? Now that I think about it too, just hearing you play there, I don't know if I'd be able to perform. I would just be just floating on the waves of your piano strings, you know, like I wouldn't be able
Do you know
to.
Coach Ja?
Yeah.
Have you crossed paths with him?
Yeah,
He and
we've met.
I live have done. He has read some poetry to that piece and also to the Moonlight Sonata, and it goes really well. So,
Well, maybe I'll have to write a piece for that.
Yeah.
I'd be honored for that.
Absolutely.
Wow. Everyone just enjoy that piece that he just created for us all for just one moment. And then unmute yourselves and give it up for the wonderfully talented Nemo Sum.
Nemo Sum, incredible. You are so talented. Thank you.
Very talented. Oh my gosh. Surprise us. Woo!
Thanks for
beautiful.
Thanks for trusting us to be your listeners. Thank you very much.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. It was very calming,
Beautiful,
and
beautiful,
it felt
yeah.
like just a steady rain passing over a house.
Nemo, you did say that was Chopin, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love how people just happen to just drop their genius and just say, "Oh no, it's just a little classical piano." Like, come on, man, that was incredible.
Thank you.
And that's a very hard song to play, man. Sven, you nailed it. That was very impressive, man. Thank you so much for that piece. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being my audience, everyone. It feels so amazing to get to play that with people who want to hear it. So, thank you so much.
Awesome. Awesome. Now we have another wonderful poet coming up who it could go either way with this poet. It could be soothing, it could be intense, it could be fun, it could be anything. I always love when they show us one of my favorite people in the world, Miss Diane. Or if you could bless us with some words, we would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And Nemo, thank you for trusting us. As Paul said, thank you for trusting us. Skiff first said it the best. So I'm just going to read one piece, and it was written from a prompt that was given by Julian Matthews. And the prompt he gave was lost and found. And so this is what I wrote. The title is Living. I needn't find what I did not lose. Instead, this is a case of remembering and utilizing what I was given. I found remembered a fast-track use for prayer, more essential than before. I found remembered a fast-tracked gratefulness for reliable, genuine friends, more crucial than before. I found remembered an immediate use for discernment, more relevant than before. I found remembered an immediate love and utility for having limited patience. I found remembered an insightful use for decision-making that was always under my control anyway, and remembered what's not seemingly in my control. I can alter various ways to meet my future passionately head on. I found lessons in every aspect of my life, and I love finding avenues never explored before, because the excitement of the finding, the seeking, the presently unknown becomes known. So what are losses? Losses are holding places for the temporarily unremembered or newly acquired, newly found truths. Valuable, essential lessons I'll never lose, but keep and remember to utilize until I die. DMW. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I love your voice. Next, now I have to write a poem for you to read. I did that one for Finn to read. I want to hear your voice read something here because it's just so lovely every time I hear it. Thank you so much for that piece. Everyone, unmute yourselves and give it up for the lovely Miss Diane Ward.
Thank you.
Beautiful,
That was
beautiful,
beautiful.
beautiful, beautiful. Lovely, lovely, so sweet. Yes, man. So endearing. Yeah,
Lovely.
that was lovely, man.
Excellent. Um, Looks like we've got Brandy Strickland in the. Oh, it's Whisper Poet. That's right. I was like, Brandy Strickland sounds familiar. It's Whisper Poet. You're reading tonight, obviously. Yeah, of course. I'll add you to the list. But coming up next, we've got Debbie Segal. Yeah, you've been coming back every week too. My wife already wants you to adopt her either as like her sister, her aunt, her mom,
Oh,
her
can I
grand,
be your
wherever she fits
sister?
in.
I'll be your sister.
All
That's what
right,
I want to be. That's excellent.
babe. Debbie's gonna be your sister. She said,
That's
okay.
that seems like the perfect bond. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
definitely.
Sister Catalyst.
Yeah. So
And
yeah,
then
if you
yes,
can
yes,
bless us with some words,
come to Berkeley on your road trip, and we will
we
do
sure will.
a show from here. That would be
For
great.
sure. Definitely.
Oh my goodness, this has been so enjoyable and good. I've got one called Sometimes You Weep. Open up, peel onion, open down, oh, pen to paper, purple to white, write up, light up, dark places, shadow spaces, open up, open down, onion, open out, total and full, fanning fragrant feathers, aging suit of leathers, open up to it. Know what you know. Nobody knows what you find within your mind. Curled up, fold over, open up, onion, peel, open to paper, open to pen, reveal shadow, reveal light as feather, a candle. Just handle it. Sometimes you weep. Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. That was so cool, man. I love your
Oh,
flow
that
too.
was
Like you got
yeah.
this very
Well,
playfulness with the words, and it's just, and thank you for coming back time and time again. I think we got you hooked, and we'd love to hear from you. And yeah, I guess I have a sister-in-law because y'all sisters now, so that makes me sister-in-laws and right, brother-in-law. So excellent. Everybody unmute and give it up for Debbie Segal.
Woo!
That's beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Such a unique style.
Love the last line. That was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gets some
Really stuck the
punches at
landing,
the end
yeah.
there. Yeah, she really sticks them every time too. I love it. So cool, man. All right, I got you, Sam. Yeah, coming up next, man. I never know how to introduce this man. He has been an inspiration to me not only in poetry but as far as hosting. Like I've only been doing this for a year, and like I've been learning and like I had to kind of jump in the game, didn't know what was going on. And I learned a lot from this man right here. Not only him, but I learned a lot from a lot of the wonderful hosts that are here and that have been here and the show's going right. And I always just every time I get to introduce this man, like I think I'm gonna just try to freestyle a little bit. I was slipping in the mental and then I seen this elemental come by and he said some rhymes that done blew my mind wide open. So I had to create my own space, hoping that he would show up and bless this place with some words, displace the oxygen from his lungs just in time to write the dopest rhymes. I remember that poem you wrote for the dopest poem challenge. That shit was crazy. Blew my mind. I was like, I ain't even gonna do one because elemental is the dopest. So, Elemental, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, we would love it.
Listen, man, that was hot. That was really dope. First and foremost, to every poet who came before me and after, I truly, truly appreciate all the energy that you bring every time that you share all of your beautiful artwork. It makes a difference. All right. Even when you think no one's listening, the universe is listening, and the future will definitely be listening. So, appreciate you, Thomas Catalyst. It's been a rough season going on this season. So let's get this. This is fairly new, man. This is Backyard Hallelujah. Just past witching hours when creatures kill switch from salutations to gutter gut buckets of blood slung on open caskets for zombies dying in living color-coded compartments where stories become glory holes packed with more reasons than EWF members in September when love still loved lovers and lived long loving lives on makeshift stages tucked in beautifully broken stories called blues. We called it the juke joint. Dusty muse for horribly beautiful truth on this side of Black Snake Moan turn stars to psalms calm as comic calls ET found home. This repeat code switch matrix glitch or amplifier feedback make acid of brains addicted to arcane games that slap grace out of days with bass lines and finger slides. Hallelujah. Leave only copper taste of shameless, nameless, homemade hooch. Hallelujah. Speaking slaughter scriptures on holy names that bend frequencies into splatter on pages written on rib cages with killer cadence. They say you shouldn't be so visceral, so literal. Critical thinking is not worth investing in blue collar scholars hollering equality in decaying streets of broken families looking for keys, asking for mobility and barely make it through secondary learning. Guitar, strings, screaming, funny how yearning for more makes burning desire of 1 foot in front of 6 street lights turn cameras, keep you grooving at speeds of making life art and art making life of disjointed hearts, spark inspiration, basking in sight of horizons, blinding divine timing, make guitar, strings, screaming, felt drummer drop, basement out of bottom, feeding bellies, backdoor thinking, discovering disconnected from feeling, dreaming, feeling anything other than reverence, make you bottom, bitch. Pimping ain't free. These chords make score that evens playing fields. I could have swore core of allure was honesty, honestly, chronically honoring veracity that lavishly keeps asses on dance floors. Hallelujah. With that elegy, energy, keep treasury locked behind memory coded despicable levels coming back to backyard wishing wells swelled with deep-seated confirmations that sing their lungs out and dance. Grind. Drank and smoked and sang their pain into dirty, dark, taboo syntax with rap, trap, rap scats from tongues of overtaxed cats. Back in them work song days, swinging Master's hammer, holding on to Sunday dollar. Oh, Alberta, Berta. Beautiful backwoods, back to the future scapes of escape clauses to thunderous applause that feeds their soul. Bless the souls, fearless enough to face new glorious days, thanks to gutter gut buckets of blood. Hallelujah. Peace, y'all.
Holla fucking hallelujah. Elemental. Yo, that's why you one of my favorite poets, man. Like, I don't want to be rude and ask your age, but I have a feeling we was raised around the same time with the same, culture and just you get me. I don't know, there some about your poetry and the delivery and the content and like just the way you craft your words, man, like you just get me. And I love hearing your stuff, brother. I love when you come through and show out. I know you busy every Monday night. You got to host. But so for you to have this space to come out and just show people what you really about, that shit makes me happy, man. So thank you for coming through and dropping that dope piece. Everybody, unmute yourself and give it up for the great Elemental.
Woo!
Praise.
Elemental, always killing it.
God
Woo!
damn, Mental.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That
Wow.
that was fire. That was fire, man.
Yeah, yay.
Wow. I'm still burning right now.
Right? I'm over here.
Yo, wow.
I need to start
Amazing.
rocking a fire hydrant next to me for when elementals get ready, so I could just. Otherwise, I've been going
Wow.
through pants and shirts and like blankets all the time. Every time this man spits, I gotta buy all new linens.
You
Wow.
got that word work so diamond dense on that. Work.
Wow.
A rhyme. I guess it's not a
Wow.
rhyme.
Dope.
Elemental, you have the style of Spike Lee, but you're better looking with a crazy intellect. You incise like a scalpel, and it is like with a velvet voice. The velvet.
Right? A velvet scalpel. He'll just go into your brain and slice it up, but real softly, just to make changes, just enough for you to enjoy life again. Enjoy that nostalgia. See the issues with the world and learn how to fix them. And it takes all of us together to do that. And Elemental has been bringing people together to do that and encouraging all of our behaviors. And every time he spits, he's like, for every poet who's come before me and who will come after me, like, that. I love you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I just want to savor the taste in my mouth for a minute after that piece. That I'm gonna be chewing on that one.
Listen, this is all because of y'all. All right. I would not have the energy to do what I do. Honestly, I wouldn't without each one of y'all, right? Because I've learned from every single person, right? And I continue to learn from all of you. I continue to say this is a energy transference, right? Every ounce of energy I give to you, you take it, use it, and you end up giving it back to me. It's a cycle. I appreciate all of y'all. Please continue to share all of your mastery because all of y'all are for real. Thank y'all.
Man, thank you so much, Elemental. We love you so much, brother. Yeah. Coming up next, we got Teresa Jertson, one of my favorite people. I remember the first night I met Teresa at the open mic, it was Teresa and Chance on, and everyone left, and we ended up staying till 1 a.m. my time, which I start this at 5 a.m. So we went like 8.5 hours. And like the last 3 hours was just me, Chance on, and Terry just sharing poetry and chatting. And like that was the first time I got to meet the two of them. So like Terry always got a special place in my heart, man. She featured for us. It was so dope. Yeah, Terry, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, I would greatly appreciate it.
No, I was not ready. I thought Eddie was going to go ahead of me. Eddie's on the list ahead of me.
Oh yeah, but I think he's trying to be gentlemen, ladies first.
I like your excuse, but my excuse is I had highlighted to Terry because I was going to introduce Ed and then post the up next list. But when I flipped over, I seen Terry up there. So, I mean, we can go with the not half blind, and we can go with your excuse, the gentlemen, ladies first. So, D, if you wouldn't mind, we could just switch up, and give Terry the spot, or if not, you can go. Maybe it was a happy little accident,
However you want it to go. You're the boss. So I will look for something real quick. Okay. So I want to read that one. Hang on a second there.
All right, now let me post the up next list so I don't get confused this time.
I forgive my parents and continue to forgive them for their criticism of my body and negativity, but put in a helpful light commentary about my life. Basically, I don't let it get to me anymore. I may not acknowledge or I may counter with a response, but I have come to realize through many years of therapy that they are never going to change. I can't force it, but I can forgive them for being the imperfect parents they are, and to try not to repeat history. Forgiveness is the hope that the past can be any different. Brene Brown. This piece. So many people perpetuate their desperation by not seeking therapy. They are the last ones to admit they are damaged. Everyone else goes into therapy trying to figure out how to deal with it because they never will. They refuse to admit a problem. Accountability is not in their vocabulary, so anyone in the vicinity gets caught in the whirlwind of fucked up behavior. No one asked to be pulled in and torn to shreds. Still looking for the exit door. Whose problem was it to fix in the first place? I can't remember. I can't remember what drew me to you in the first place. My therapist said to try. I am trying to remember, but I have given up on trying to fix you. And there's one more. I am sorry I invaded your space when you were not here. I like to hang out in your room because I miss you, my dear. Being there helps me feel closer to you. You asked me not to go in your room. I will honor that request for as long as I can. You said it's weird. And I said, you were in my womb for 9 months, and that was weird. Yes, I pulled the mom card. But what else is it for if not for such a time as this?
I hope my mom appreciated that one if she's still here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, pull the mom
She's done it.
card.
Oh, she's like, I brought you into this world. I could take you out. I'm
Yeah.
like, is that legal?
No,
I don't think that's a legal
I
law.
used
I
to
don't.
say pow to the moon.
Oh yeah,
Remember
pow right
pow
to the moon. Yeah.
Right to the moon.
Yeah, I was a little troublesome when I was younger, but you know, big props to moms for putting up with me and making me the person I am today. Thank you so much,
And you
mom.
always surprise me, Thomas. You always surprise me.
I love my mom. I'm my mama's boy, by the way, if y'all haven't noticed. But yeah, everybody unmute and give it up for Terri Rose.
Woo! So relatable.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
mom.
I'm not playing cards against you.
No, that was good. That was
Very
good.
nice. Very nice.
Excellent piece. Thank you, Terri. We love you so much. Now coming up in the right order, you know, I love hearing rhymes and stuff, but it's sometimes like I need more, man. So I'll just hit up my boy Eddie Foreman. Some people know him as Edward Poetastic or Ed Flametastic, or anytime he spit it is just drastic. I mean, dinosaur, ancient rhymes, chewing on bones, spitting out minds. Let's all give it up for the one and only one of a kind, Ed Poetastic.
Thank you, my brother, for making me feel so fantastic and bombastic. You know I love to rhyme all the time to make people feel sublime. Oh my goodness, look at the time. My name is Ed Poetastic. I hope you're feeling fantastic. Please get the time you can join my rhyme file. Feel sublime. Okay, I got two, so you know they're gonna rhyme. My first time is, well, it's her favorite. I hope everyone's not ready for encore forevermore. This is called They Have Landed. To the American people, the aliens have landed, looking vast and evil. Oh my God, look heavy-handed. They could climb down. UFOs come in the skies. They're not making any sounds. Oh my God, the dark's in their eyes. Look skinny and frail, but I'll meet our leader. I say more about me, Taco Bell. Oh my God, that pentameter. You seem to be doing the moonwalk. It's the stellar moves. Oh my God, they can stand and talk. Hope a bond can approve. It appears a guy is moving towards them. Oh my, here's a Confederate flag. Oh my God, it's American Dim. This brigand doesn't brag. He said, you like your kind here. Oh my God, the green and red is blaster. Oh my God, man, cover your wear. It's like a huge disaster. I know what you're thinking. I'm not doing a freaking thing. My patience is shrinking. The gray alien temper held by a string. The gray alien bounced to the sky. Dim Jim ran and hide. I felt like I almost died when a crazy unbelievable ride. Out of the sky came Godzilla. Now breathing stomping about. Why couldn't it be killed by gorilla? Oh no! Everybody scream and shout. Everybody's panicking. Oh boy, we're gonna. Oh no! King Kong, King, we're strong. There seems to be a man with a billboard. It reads, If we jump with juice, I know I should be scared, boy, but I don't want to get rich. John Gecko, you're a bitch. Oh, yeah, I'm going. Popcorn. You think it? Don't take so long. Siri, I said I make popcorn, not porn. King Kong swings Godzilla. I'm sorry. King Kong swings Godzilla around. Their black skinny tail. It's like one big freaking merry-go-round. In straight detail. On electric rail. Godzilla's getting angry. Oh my God! Smoke is coming from his mouth. Oh my God! Here comes the tumble block. Frankly, it's like me eating a plate of Brussels sprouts. Godzilla is breathing a huge being. It's a King Kong flying hair. I know it's your steam. Godzilla, that was cheating and unfair. Wait, what are you staring at? Billboards for donuts and burritos? Don't stand there looking dead. They stop fighting. Oh my God, I'm gonna explode. Oh my God, Godzilla's giving me the finger. I need a giant robot ASAP. You big green cobalt stinger. I can't believe I saw that. Now they're holding hands. They're probably getting something to eat. I don't really understand. We're up to the brawling heat. Don't go away. I bet everything on you. I pray on this day. Hope my creditors go higher than the moon. What happened to the great aliens? The sign that says, Earthlings, we owe you. Oh my God, someone's chaos has transcended. What are they possibly going to do? Thank you. I got one more. This is called Life Jacket. I wish you could step from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties to all the lives that you've been living in. And if you don't want to see me again, I will understand. I'll understand. Please, suicide is a selfish thing. We all know that shadows cling. Don't suffocate from bee stings. Life is full of bittersweet flings. Please understand that depression is scary. Don't nest in chaotic tapestry. You can guarantee it. Only you hold the key. Don't keep crying venomous seas. Please, lives are full of deceit. Only gasoline can fuel heat. Don't let it keep biting at your feet. Don't keep feeling incomplete. Please, lovers come and go. Let your heart lie frozen in snow. Don't keep getting pecked by crows. So you know your glow can still flow. Please, poverty is temporary. You can ask Larry, Harry, or Jerry. Money can leave you wary. On the contrary, say what you can carry. Please don't be anxious. They're just restless nerves. They feel above us, but they are beneath us. Please make the darkness oblivious. Please, misdeeds or mistakes. We live what we make. Please don't let your future break. There are more bigger things at stake. Please, mental illness is tough. We're all full of complex stuff. You don't have to stay rough. You can always remove those invisible cuffs. Please understand that social constructs are unreal. Does it take a short time to heal? Please don't let it crush your will. It's everything but true or real. Please remember that problems are lessons. There's a sun on every horizon. You can't solve all kinds of situations. For information, life has no combination or explanation. Please, we're all been there. Please realize someone cares. You can always bear what you share. Don't let yourself suffer from walls and tears. Please, you're the only one. Please live with all your might and sight underneath the sun. Please don't leave your life undone. Please think about anyone or someone. Please realize you matter. Hey, no more doubtful battle. You can put the past away. I wish you can step from that ledge, my friend. I will understand. I wish you can step from that ledge, my friend. I can understand. I wish you can step from that ledge, my friend. I can understand. I can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, so much. Everybody, unmute yourselves and give it up for Ed Poetastic.
Woo! Eddie!
I had said your
Eddie!
energy is so powerful it distorts Zoom space-time and arouses the curiosity of sharks chewing internet cables on the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, for
Wow.
sure. Nona,
Yeah.
well said. Well said.
Yeah, well said.
Ed,
All
you
right,
have
so
a very unique voice. Always keep speaking. Love it.
yeah, such an amazing, beautiful mind. I just absolutely love Ed. Anytime I'm feeling depressed or sad, I give Ed a call on IG, and he just smiles and says, "Tom, you're awesome," and it makes me happy again. And like he's got me through a few rough times, and just thank you so much, Ed, for being a great friend.
Bro, you're super fragile, FCI odocious.
Appreciate that. All right, so we got to keep this moving real quick because we have another newcomer here, and unfortunately they're a bit on the mend after a surgery. So let's first off send a bunch of loving energies to Richard Spisak. We want him to heal up good. He's on the mend after surgery. It's also his first time here, so real quickly before he's got to head off, let's all just unmute, give a big open mind, open arm, open heart.
Welcome, Richard.
Welcome to
So
Richard.
glad to have you with us.
Hi,
It's an
Richard.
honor.
Welcome.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Jay,
ready.
It's such an honor to be with this fine, amazing ensemble of poets. I'm honored to be here with you. Thank you so much for welcoming me. I have two little pieces for you. One, when I spent a couple weeks in a hospital, and I had a chance to experience how wonderful the caring nurses were. And you know, they never get the credit, they never get the strokes. It's such a shame. They have so much responsibility. I wrote this little piece for them. It's just a small touch, but I hope you hear a little something of what I'm saying. This is called Yes, the Nurse. Yes, the nurse will see you first and try to gauge your condition's course, guided by her head and heart. You're likely to have at the start of care, with the decorated adjutant of the physician there, gowned and garmented, prepared to assess just exactly what kind of mess you represent. Can you, speaking clearly, explain yourself at all, or nearly? Her careful analysis begins a wealth, and so begins the assessment of your health, when, during the interaction, if you are lucid or awash in 14 kinds of confusion, belligerent, bashful, awash in pain, a bloody mess, or completely insane, or headed somehow perhaps back toward health, this guardian spirit awakens that inner self. Aided by the sage's wisdom, so begins the data collection in 10 million decisions, which vitals, in consultation with the medical team, through your consciousness may be wandering the shrieking dark valleys of pain, confusion and worry, uncertainty yours, calm, under pressure, you're happily a patient of hers. As the texts gather round and you're peppered with questions, your vitals assessed, a bouquet of inspections, and what you have delivered, the data collected, what steps in preparation you may be yet resurrected. The clouds of uncertainty, these must be assuaged. The clear-eyed assessment, a solid touch on your arm. Battalions of data arrayed and assessed. Now this team of healers begins to untangle your mess. 27 kinds of machines are measuring and applying, all in an effort to keep you from dying. Of them, 10,000 woes man afflicts upon man. The nurses can tell you they've seen 10,010. Add to that all these innocents, terrorized at the edge of their lives. Add in a new computer system installed and untrained, explained way late last night. It's not a delight. This little piece in honor of the nurses I had the pleasure of meeting. And then this one, I like to take that Merlin role from time to time and invite my friends and my colleagues to take this journey with me inside another creature. So this is a piece called The Cryptic 20-Armed Feathered Sea Star Beneath the Antarctic Sea Ice. Feeling one's way beneath the depth of ice, one gray lit day, each flangy finger seeking lingers to taste the path at last. One cold cocktail tastes the slim, salty rim, and in the shifting crystalline light that reaches deep, each finding finger grasps and tender tastes the net in the swirling circles checked amidst the bobbing ice chunks. Hopping in blue ice reverie, beneath the wind, whipped glow that knows, facing fractured, the drifting, lifting, crumbling ice that's tumbling. Each 20 finger implies in its spiraling course to find these 20 arms each, finding place beneath the shifting ice face. Each spiny finger searches fast to trace Promocrinus, the cryptic creature that wins thus its spiny findings. 20 feathered footed dining perch beneath the lurching sea ice perch. These Antarctic feather stars, concealed by where they are named and cryptic claimed. So it seems, because how elusive are their salty seaside dreams, crawling there beneath the ice, below the wind and snowy glowing. Each seeks such luncheon in the deep. Each feathery finger seems to find amidst the icy rime these fibrile tasks, and beneath the splashing ice to grasp. From 65 to 6,500 feet, they lurk and search the icy canyon's mold, well met, in silent currents kept and crept, these finger-finding, swirling cryptic feather stars, unworldly, may be the easiest way to sway the cryptic 20-armed feathered sea star beneath Antarctic sea ice. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks for coming by, and welcome to Open Minds. We hope you enjoyed the show. I know we all enjoyed your poetry, and we want to hear more from you here at Open Minds. So
Thank you so
are
very much.
every Friday.
Namaste.
Everybody, unmute yourselves and give it
That
up
was
for
such
Richard.
Please return. We want an encore.
That was
Yes,
lovely. That was
spectacular,
lovely.
Richard.
That was
Please do
lovely.
come back.
Thank you, my friends. Good night.
Very nice. Very nice. Very
Wonderful.
nice.
And we're all gonna send out a bunch of love and healing energy so you can mend from your surgery.
Yes,
You
man.
may feel better
Yes.
because 2 weeks ago I think it was we healed my mom from the
Yeah,
coronavirus.
definitely felt
So
better with all that energy. I felt it, so yeah.
yeah,
Thank
like
you, my friends.
we healed my mom of corona,
Mhm.
so we can get you back up and running in no time, buddy. We got you.
Thank you, brother.
Gotcha.
Thank
Yeah,
you, friends.
thank you so much. So Dominique, I know you were next, but we have another person that needs to go because their battery's dying on the iPad. I hope you don't mind we push it back some, but trust me, y'all, it's worth the wait. I've been waiting for Dominique to come back. I think the last time you here was your feature, or maybe you popped in once or twice since then. But
Here, end of June. So
okay, yeah. So welcome back. We're so glad to have you. But Whisper Poet's iPad's about to die out, and we want to hear Whisper Poet before she goes and gets cut off. So, Whisper Poet, if you could bless us with a quick one before your iPad dies out, we would appreciate it.
Thank you. I did not expect this, so thank you. Wow. Yes, I have two new ones that I've written. Nemo has heard both of them and gave me some really high praise on it. Let me find it real quick. I went on a antique car tour with my dad to Southern Virginia, and we were driving along, and my friend who was with me looks up and says, "Oh my God, look at that dead tree. It's dead, but it's still standing." And I was immediately like, "Oh my God, I got to put that in my phrase book. Like I need to write about that." So this is called The Dead Tree. The bare branches of the dead tree looked splendorous beneath the glaze of ice over bark shimmering in the sun. Its jewel shine belied the cold to burn your hand should you try to touch. A cold to burn your skin, a cold to kill your flesh on the bone. Beautiful can be deadly. The tree knew the deadly beauty of the ice firsthand. Its gloved embrace bringing death to the tree, just as your ice brought death to my heart. You covered me in a shining chokehold, and I took my last breath in your arms, my eyes full of sunshine and diamonds.
Yo, that was dope.
Yeah.
Diamonds. I love that last line. Yeah, so I'm a Florida boy, but I'm living in Alberta now, so like I see the winter and it's coming. It's getting cold here. The snow's gonna come cover everything soon. So that was like, it was a reminder.
One more short one, and then I will gracefully let my iPad die. Thank you guys. I did not expect, so thank you for letting me change order. I will try to be prepared next time. This is called Aloe for the Soul. I purified myself in fire hotter than hell's own conflagration. There is no fire hotter than the fire of regret and anguish and loss. I burned myself alive with my relentless self-flagellation, every question beginning with a what if. I swam in a lake of gasoline that was filled with self-doubt and self-hate, arose as tinder and lit a match. I stood burning as my flesh melted from my bones, screaming in agony for your heart to return. Self-immolation left nothing but charred bones and a still bleeding heart. I couldn't stop wanting you. I couldn't understand how you could cut me loose as if I had not been the blood in your veins, just as you were the breath in my lungs. There was nothing I wouldn't have done for you. Love, too flavorless a word to describe the passion that ignited my soul when I met you. How does one give up that kind of intoxication? Better than any drug. You lit me on fire the moment we spoke, and when you walked away, I thought I would die. But the cold fire of my grief kept me alive. I know what I lost when you stopped being mine. I have lived with that loss every single day since you came back from that trip that took you away saying, I love you, that brought home a stranger. I regrew my missing flesh, burned bones reknit, sinew restretched. Lips began to speak words that didn't end in a cry. I didn't need to reform my memory. How your love brushed me in soft gold light. It might have been worth dying not to live with this regret.
Whoo, yo. All right, I'm so glad you got to read that out before us. That last line too is dope. Yeah, everybody unmute and give it up for Whisper Poet, and thank Apple for making her battery last long enough.
Absolutely beautiful. That was so beautiful.
Love that last line.
You always say it, Nemo. Nemo says that I always have these just killer last lines to come in and just, gut punch.
Yeah, and that's
the Stinger Queen.
The Stinger Queen, nice.
A little bit, yeah.
You got to, right? Because like you be dropping like these dope poems, and it's like this world you're painting and stuff for us, and we're in it, and then you're just like wham, as we're like days just punch us right in the face. You're like, yo, that last line though, like to like just. I always love hearing from you, and thank you for showing up tonight. We love you. I
would
have
like
to.
to say, if anybody would ever want me to read for them, I love performing my peers' work. It just makes me connect with it in a way that I can't when I hear it. So if anyone would ever like me to read something of theirs, I would be beyond honored.
I got something that I like.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in seeing how you would interpret it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nona.
For you weren't here earlier, but for Finn's feature, I wrote a poem for Finn to read, and yeah, I had she read it very well. It was cool too, and there was a part in there that was read in Tagalog, which is the like national Filipino language, like, and so it was cool, like actually hearing my poem brought to life that I wrote for her. And so I always think that's cool, like especially like within the community too. Like, yeah, I could read you guys like an old Oscar Wilde poem or something, but like if I'm like, yo, I got this poem from like I love when we read each other's stuff. It's cool. And I think I might have to write one for you too. So I'm gonna start with just writing poetry for not me to perform, right? Like I'll do little ones, but I love hearing y'all. So I think I'll just sit back and write poetry for you guys to read instead.
The playwright.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So thank you so much for that, Whisper Poet.
Like the amuse-bouche playwright.
Yeah. Right. Yo, I gotta say, I am so excited right now. I think I met this man like only once before, maybe twice. I think he's I am inspired just from the one or two times I've met this being, and I know the effect that they have on the world, and what they're doing with Finn and other people with the PGN and all that. And I'm just so impressed by this, and I'm so excited to be able to hear him speak. So, Lakàn, could you do me a huge favor? Unmute yourself and bless us with some words. I would greatly appreciate it.
Uh, I would love to, but I think there's someone before me.
Did I do the thing again where I had the? Oh, I
Yeah,
did.
I think
'Cause I
so.
gotta stop because I go to copy the next list, and I've been smoking a little. I've been hanging out, so I keep
It's all
doing that. I'll go to
good.
copy, and then I'm like, oh, that's right. And I push Dominique down twice too to put people in. See, this which
Yeah.
Dominique. This why you gotta be here every Friday, because if I add people to the list based on when they show up. So if you come in early, you get to read early. But yeah, Lacan, I'm so glad you stuck around. I'm excited to hear your piece next. Dominique, I love you. My wife loves you. Everyone at Open Mind loves you. That feature you did was so fire. Like, you was dressed for the part, and like, I think the flyers we made for you was amazing. Like, it was just such a beautiful event and a beautiful night. And to see you here again with us to share some poetry, like, I'm so excited. So if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and thank you so much, Catalyst. Thank you, everyone. This has been just an amazing night. I'm just so grateful to be here again. You know, life be lifing. I wish I could be here every Friday. Hopefully one day that will happen. So tonight, I just have one very short piece. New shit. I wrote it like 2 days ago. So hopefully y'all will enjoy. The title is Shadows in Hiding. Shrouded by the complexity of darkness, peering round sharp corners, they hide in the periphery, a nanosecond of a flicker, a flash in the corner of your eye. I wonder what they see and sense without a countenance, constantly morphing, ebbing, flowing, never a solid state. They lie in wait, heavy and dense, like smokeless fire, their presence a heavy amplifier, counting on you to never discover their true fate. Were they once human, or twice demon, or thrice angel? Who can tell when they're trapped in a personal hell? Not one iota of light emits from their being. Even in the blackest of black, darkest of dark nights, 3D eyes fail to catch sight. Third eyes quartz crystal clear, attuned to 5D vision, sensing what is near. Shadows out of sight, but not out of mind. Transfixed on the cheap thrills of temporal concerns. Searching, like phantoms they yearn to return home. Searching, disembodied with no choice but to roam. Searching, will they ever find? Eons of erosion, centuries of corrosion. Searching, it's a distant memory what was lost. Their soul has been sold at a discounted cost.
Dominique, I think that might be my favorite poem from you. That was dope. That was like deep, spiritual, scientific, like inter-reflective, like, and the power in your voice and how that was beautiful. Thank you so much for showing up again tonight. And yes, we do hope you get the ton of finals for every Friday, but I don't care if it's once a year, whatever, as long as I get to hear you at least one time, like, you fill my soul, and we appreciate you being here. Everybody unmute and give it up for the beautiful Dominique Colding.
So glad you made it back here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can't wait to
Dominique,
hear more from
you're
you.
amazing. You are just like
Yay, yay.
spectacular work.
I don't hear enough of your work, Dominique.
I
We want
know
more. We want
more.
more. We're gonna have her feature cut up and put on the online soon. We're trying to catch up. Catalyst is working, trying to get at least 2-3 weeks edited a week, because then hopefully we'll catch up, and then it'll be, we'll get them up each week. But yeah, hopefully soon you got, because it was an amazing feature. Like, oh, and to hear you again, that piece right there you just wrote, like, I love it. Like, something about it just like really spoke to my soul and my being, and I could see like the evolution of your consciousness from the last piece to that one, and it's just beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much for that. So now we have, I'll keep the intro short because Lakan, all that stuff I said before about your brother, I'm so glad to see you again. Is day like that? Do you live overseas in the Philippines? Where are you located at?
I'm in Manila, in the Philippines.
Manila, in the Philippines. Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. So you're in the big city boy over here making moves, man. Getting it. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you could bless us with some words, man, I would greatly appreciate it, brother.
Thank you so much, man. I love this space. It brings people together with much respect and love, and please support other platforms also. We're all in this together. So
Uh,
um
you do an
yeah.
open mic too, correct?
Well, sort of. It's quarterly, once a
Okay.
quarter. It's called Haven, and originally it was in 2020 by Society X New York. It was weekly. Sorry, it was weekly before, and then I moved on, and then now it's back.
It's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I do
It
this
is.
weekly. It's a lot of work. But
It is.
I love it, and I love the community we've created here and the wonderful people that we see here each week. So it's, to me, is, it's bigger than me, right? So it's like, I gotta do it because. But yeah, I feel so blessed to have you in the room with us, man, and I love that smile too. Now, if I start feeling sad too, and Eddie's not available, I'm calling Lacan up and be like, "Yo, I'm feeling a little
Yeah.
down," and he's just like, "Well, why?" With that smile, and I was just laughing, it just cheered me right up, man. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, and yeah, if you could bless us with some words, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Eddie is my sunshine too. I see him in spaces. Okay. So first, congratulations, Finn, on the feature. And love the set. Parola. So yeah. Anyway, I just remembered we had this feature back in 2021, summer of 2021. It's called Magic Mike. And it was a benefit event for sexually abused women in the Philippines. And yeah, and I just remembered my piece. No, I will not do the shower scene. Um, I had the shower scene in that feature. Anyway, this piece, sorry, content warning. This is about rape. The title is Nomenclature of a Taken, Not a Given. I am a collection of names, written by the blame of evenings, that won't get over me. It's printed to capitalize how I overthink my identity between the survivor and the part that lost the letters that should have been mine. Some call me hope, even if despair calls me home. I'm where silver is as immortal as the lines that scratched me off. Like I'm a wishful blindness to never see how my tears take me when I can't stop screaming the memories in the middle of sleep. Some call me resilience, even if tenacity hasn't found me yet. When I still get reminded today, I need to shut up my rape when all I want is to tell my truth The way vulnerability fell on my bones when I got stripped under my skin, and help is a traitor that made me weaker. Some call me courage. When bravery is as strong as the fabric they tattered under my skin, violation is persistent to make me remember how I begged their passionate sins to stop, as they made my legs more penitent and my fearful arms a coward. Some call me inspiration. Even if depression raises me to balconies, flies off my wrist to release my throat, as I ask if a deaf God prays on wise that prays better. Is trauma that fervent to create lies out of my smile? Some call me healing, even if hurting is a secret affair that opens each closure like a lover I wish could stop piercing the blank spaces of my person. It dresses me up to look okay, but I need to fake even my resurrection. No one truly gets over rape, you know. No amount of noun can denounce the labels found on my marrow. My name is raped. But everyone wants a term, a tag to compartmentalize, to clothe me, even if my story is as naked as the name that is still buried in 2017. No one wants to look at an epithet on a tombstone I carry around. Victims like me know this. And people who aren't only knows the calligraphy of the crime that has made our brokenness a mere nickname, a moniker of something I might never be. Thank you so much.
Lakàn, thank you so much for that piece there. I know there may be quite a few people in this room right here who have been raped and experienced sexual harassment, or one way or another. And I know from personal experience that you captured that, and for you to write that to empower people and to uh, teach people. I know in many other countries, it's almost a culture to it, right? Like it's no one should be treated that way. And so thank you for that piece and for, putting that out there for the world. Appreciate it.
I also want this for people who were not raped to understand what happens inside us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's not about even the event almost, it's the aftermath, right? So, yeah. Thank you for that piece, man. Everybody give it up for Lakàn and beg this man to come back every Friday whenever, you get a chance. Like we want more of Lakàn. We love you, Lakàn.
That took a lot of courage, you know. Bless
Thank you, Lakàn.
Brilliant.
Lakàn is probably sorry. Lakàn is one of the greatest performers that I've been around in my poetry travels. And the shower scene that he mentioned, man, if you could find that somewhere, that was a brilliant piece of performance. I'm telling you, that dude's one of a kind.
Lakàn, is there a link or something for those who are interested in seeing a performance of that? Do you have it on YouTube?
Actually,
they even show it on YouTube.
No. I think no. Phynne, Lowen, and Camlin were the ones who pioneered that. First Elemental and I were in the roster, and that was some event, and that really helped people.
Yeah.
So we raised money to assist the victims. So
That's amazing. See, that's why I really think us as poets, we have to realize, right? Because we don't write poetry and sit there and think about the human condition and all these different things that go on, and not write all these amazing poems and in an artistic way to maybe enlighten and make, bring light to the situation or heal or educate or just get into people's minds and like really open up their minds. That's why I named this Open Minds, Open Mic, right? I feel that us as poets, we have not like a duty or responsibility. We have an obligation to use our voices because we're smart. We know how to craft. Not I'm not gonna tell you something. I'm gonna freestyle it to you and make it dope. I'm gonna write it in a poem and make you really think, right? So I really think that like we are the voice of this generation, of this world, of the impoverished, of the people that don't have a voice. We need to be that voice. And anything you can do to support that, like, I appreciate that. And keep doing it, man. Like, we need to heal this world, even one person at a time. So, we appreciate you. Big time, brother. All right, so we're gonna keep this thing going. Um, oh, I love this next poet. I love them infinitely. So we were saying, oh, you gotta go, Finn. All right, before Finn divs, everybody, one last time, unmute yourselves. And thank Finn for the amazing feature and the amazing night, the energy, just it.
Yeah.
Fantastic
Thank
feature.
you, Finn.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Thank
Phynne
you.
you,
Belle.
Ben. You were wonderful. Just
Nice
enjoy
job,
it here.
Salamat, Finn.
Walang anuman. Thank you guys. Take good care. I love you.
Have a wonderful weekend. We love you. Thank you. All right. What a cool night. Finn, thank you. We love you. All right. Yeah. So we were gonna take a break in September from features. We normally do a feature every Friday night, but that involves, like coordinating bios and scheduling people and making flyers for each one. And I really put time into, I'll even try to write a poem for each one. And every week's a little hard. So coming up next year, we're gonna do it bi-weekly. So we'll have a feature and then just open mic. A feature and then a just open mic. This way we all get 2 rounds in. But I like having everyone get a feature because I feel like I love all of y'all. I want everyone to get their chance to shine because we love all each other posts too. Like, and it really sets the pace of the night. Like, it's so much fun doing it. So coming next year, we're gonna do it bi-weekly. We were gonna take next month off, but then I get a call from my brother Sfongo, and he's like, "Yo, I gotta." We just chatted for a minute. He's like, "But that's not why I called you." He's like, Love Infinite and myself are putting together a dual feature set that we want to premiere at Open Minds. And we had just this feature coming up, and then we were going to take a break from it. So I said, when do you want to do it? You have all of September, right? Because we took it out. So um, coming up next, we got Love Infinite. And we settled on the date of September 15th, depending on if they get the set done earlier and want to break it out because they're just chomping at the bit, or if it's later in September, whenever. Just the only feature we have for the entire month of September is going to be Love Infinite as Fongo. So, Love Infinite, if you could do me a favor, unmute yourself and bless us with some words, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas, for holding this space. I really appreciate it, and happy to share my work with you all. This is all written today, or just during this time period, as I so often love to do. So this first piece is called "I Am Not Afraid to Lose You." ¿Qué piensas sobre mi mamá? ¿Qué piensas? Nunca puedo decir y nunca puedes decidir. People tell me I am hard to please and even harder to be around, and I say good riddance. It's harder to be around people who have decided you are hard to be around. You begin to feel like a pain, like you don't belong, like you're taking up space you shouldn't. Well, I belong everywhere, and you cannot kick me out of any room. The whole world belongs to me, even your world, even your room. If I want it, if I want in, it will go up in flames. La niña malcriada. Oh, what a sour, wicked girl. Oh, what a sweet, nice girl. She's such a sweet girl, they would tell me. Why do sweet girls suffer through the most rancid of memories? Te dire. It is because the Creator thinks we are candy, and all we experience eventually honeys, hardens into guidance for the next projection under a sunny, rainy, cloudy, winter, snowy, stormy day. We are made out of love, not high fructose corn syrup, and everybody knows it and tries to reach the center of a Tootsie Pop, immeasurable licks away from their own flavor. Imagine not knowing what you taste like, how delicious it is to be yourself and no one else, at least most of the time. Imagine never needing mama's love because you've got your own and it's strong, it's full grown, nor daddy's money because you're more powerful than he ever believed himself to be. Imagine being me, knowing I am a part of your subconscious, a manifestation of your unconscious biases, judgments, avoidances, repressions, confessions, expressions, memories, and that every single moment you ever lived and cried and died led you back here to me. Imagine. Better yet, convert. Leave behind the Catholic Church and come home to us, come home to yourself. Mi casa es su casa. Imagine being doomed to love me forever, or else otherwise haunted by the touch of my tender tongue when it taps the air in eternal dance and my throat snaps like a Venus flytrap and you shrink because you can't control the very thing your soul prayed for in the closet of your silence because you keep seeing love in one way instead of always, 360, every direction, inescapable, inevitable, certain death. Mama, I think you're afraid of dying. I think you're afraid of me dying and not caring because I'd croak regretless and fulfilled. And you still have baggage from 10 flights ago unpacked and my luggage I left behind to start anew because I don't need you. You needed me. If you die, and you never took the opportunity to apologize. And I refuse to take further chances to be a family again because God told me I had another and it was never you at all. Finding my community chest, it was all me. I'd have no choice but to move on from our physical attachment in the end, knowing you could never make peace with me, but I was always your true friend. It wouldn't be a sin. Estoy agradecido. Estoy agradecido por ti. Estoy agradecido por su ayuda. Estoy agradecido por tu existencia. Gracias, Mommy. I am grateful. This.
Hold on, just let me. You wrote that like today, yesterday. Hey, love, you hit a well I don't know how you did it, where you punched into, but every time you come on to, you're like, oh, I wrote this while I was waiting for my turn, and like you are on fire, yo. Like keep writing, keep doing stuff. I'm so excited. Dee Allen mentioned, oh, you gotta give them a feature, and I'm like, yo, we're gonna get a double feature. Love and Sfongo are doing a dual feature set. That's gonna be so dope. Like we took off the month of September, but we were like, yo, yeah, y'all doing it any day you want. Yeah. And so, yeah, so D, September 15th, I believe, right, is the date. So
Yeah, it was
yeah.
actually Dee's idea or Dee's suggestion that we do that after I think I did my feature with Spoken World Online. He was like, y'all should do one. And so yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be dope, yo. I'm so excited for that. Spongo's my brother, yo. Like, yo, we chat all the time. So that's my brother right there. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And yeah, go on with your other piece. I just had to say that, like you on it. Like keep doing what you're doing. Like you crushing it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited for September, so I appreciate you. This is just like all preparation for that beautiful, divine time. This next poem is called I Write Poetry Because God Provides the Words. God, I begin this poem this way because I want no listener to misconstrue the person I'm speaking to. This is a poem just for me and you, God. I love you and you love me too. The way grass loves sun, I found life in you. There's nobody I value more than you, not even my own. God. That's easy to say when the vessel you have gave was provided for praise, and when I forget I am low, a graze dinner for your animals. God, you are all I see, and sometimes I forget, Control, Alt, Delete, reset my brain, retrain my feet to walk for no man but for you. God, you are all I need, the apple hanging from orange tree, the serpent slithering at my feet, the forgiveness that I never need to be yours and you mine. I am grateful. This last poem is called Anxiety. Hey, my friend, long time. I keep seeing you, but now I'm starting to see you differently. I'm starting to love the sensations you send. I'm falling in love with your touch. Have I said too much? I'm ecstatic when you come around. I can even feel you now, and I love it. You remind me of my greatness. You remind me of my body, that I'm rooted to earth and one with all the nerves. I love this system. Thank you.
Thank you. That was dope. Like I said, just you hit a vein, you on it. Like just keep writing, crushing it. Everybody do me a favor. Give Unmute yourselves and give an infinite amount of love to Love Infinite.
That was dope. That was definitely dope. Word.
Woohoo! Spectacular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I have some of your voice? I need a voice like that.
I love your voice, actually, Paul.
You've got a singular voice, Paul. You don't need anybody else's voice.
Yeah, but imagine if he could flip through all of our voices.
There's some people who can do that. It takes some training, but it's some people.
Thank you so much for them pieces, and I'm looking forward to. So that's gonna be the next feature because we were gonna take them out. So yeah, the next feature is gonna be Love Infinite and Sfongo doing like a dual feature like piece that they got coordinating they're doing. So that's gonna be really dope. Look forward to that, yo, and thank you for like making that happen. Like, I'm so excited. So we're gonna keep this thing going. Coming up next, we got Messia Payne, who I believe, let me check before the year's out, I believe is featuring for us. Yeah. So our next feature we're taking a break in September for those Fridays, and then we're getting a Sfongo and Love Infinite thing in September. That'll be the only feature for September. And then to start us off in October 6th, we got none other than Messia Payne. So I'm really excited for that. I love this man poetry. Every time it's like he's be speaking from the ancients, dude. Like your soul is so old. Either that or like you got some old ass books, or you like just reborn from there. Cause like yo, the level and the not the level of knowledge that you bring, bro. Like it's impressive. It's impressive. And I'm really looking forward to your feature October 6th, man. So yeah, if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I'm also looking forward to October 6th. So I have 3 poems that I'd like to read. The first 2 is a part 1 and part 2. So I'll start. It's called Lust and Descent. This is part 1. In our strife abounded garden, belabored with years of discontent, I desperately plant the seed. Her soil subsumes my boorish decadence, our relationship, our communion, struck with the tragedy of lust and little else. With descent comes the demand for new horizons, but such distances leave little to the imagination, for I have seen my life beyond her abased geography. Only intangible blight and dust seem to lie irredeemably without her. Her scolding encouragement to meet my body with hers, or the desolate tears of an unfounded world, empty, which is perfect. There are little signs of exasperation, little gestures of residual desire, while tenderness no longer accentuates passion, but rather vulpine resentment to the bitter touch. As I set the seed deeply in the soil, our relational flower will form in the rapid dissembling of her recessive seasons that endear my feelings to starvation, as to need, her still in the fallacy of her fragility, corrupts the seed of love, and what flower will grow in the pangs of distress? When it does finally emerge, will needful emotion be appropriate? As we wrench elaboration from a disquiet that seems eternal, will we approach each other with an abandon, liberating secrets, at last rewarding our wounds in immersed pleasure deserved of each other's company? Ecstasy exists in her body, her lips like the generation of a star, her thighs like dreams in the sleep of heaven. I knead my body into her emotional distance, belittled by her saturating moans, gushes of coarse pleasure that usually remain unexpressed, and I know the aftermath will be heartbreak. I will leave her tonight, and the dread upon my departure will be the stead that liberates my fear of her seasons. One half of our flower, finally blooming into the most beautiful laceration of the heart, grossly formed, with a pervasive scent of despair, will impose upon my unconscious, making slightly bearable the consciousness of silence, gleaming delicately in the early morning. As the wave of rising sunlight in the distance weighs provocatively on my hopes, bringing earnestness to eventual clarity, yet still without love. And this is part 2, Lust and Descent. As you haunt my reverie, my immature placidity leaves me daunted and precious in your wake, placing flagrant desire raucously, a grim distillation of sensing homelessness, as I find you are nowhere within me. In your stead, emotive transparency floods my delicate grasp of mind, delivering the edges of my consciousness to conformity at your feet. At the precise moment you have left me wordlessly agape in diminished acumen of love's insecure mask. What can I say that will endow lasting sensibility? Love amassed, love dwindled, a world without me, suffering desolation, a world empty in worlds without. They say beauty holds its grip subjectively, yet were all the world to incline inward in their intuitive perception of you, then beauty would hold objectively, affirmatively, sublimely. Perhaps the way God intended this cosmic flower upon planting its seed. Now that my breath no longer concedes to your presence, I faintly comprehend why I fell for you and continue to fall. You were a luscious curve where there was linear distance, a touching voice generating ablution where before there was granite silence, breaking the longing in unsettled solitude. Forgetting you was not the problem. It is appreciating the time we shared, abating fractious questioning, keeping you close as your love was decidedly the interest of life's vague gift. And though you've forgotten me, still you come to me in dreams, the transitory situation pensive and a little ridiculous. You come forward as an elder woman, your youth tacitly emergent in your eyes, and ask as though you already know the answer, are we meant to be? And here's the final one. It's called The Past Becomes the Future in the Present. I become, harbor myself jealously, inhabitable choices, pleasing sanctuary that invites an inconclusive remedy of freedom. Still, I observe myself lingering masochistically on past misfortune, the clever betrayal of memory, mind laboring foundations of disastrous intimations that are personally abused, pawing at emptiness at the base of what I call self, that I might grasp with interminable destiny personal truth as I form in dimensions, tragic and meaningful, wrenching my past into a boundary overlapping with my present, elaborating distant voices, heralds of the irredeemable, claiming eagerly that I cannot create myself in the transparency of good fortune. Such thoughts haunt every pleasure, berate every possibility. My mind, though my solace, seems to also become my enemy. I sometimes believe that I am a visitor to my mind, that it has somehow been here before me and will be here after I go on. My frame of experience, memory, self-reference, passing into a brief relief, while traces of mind, circumscribed to my fading being, will move to be born again, perhaps as another being, as consciousness, just as energy, is never wasted. My mind is a ghost inhabiting my body, seemingly with a purpose to bestow, and these sorrowful reflections are touched with profound meaning, though its meaning sometimes eludes me. Is mind the finger of God, imparting lessons to extol some precipice of understanding, to meet the divine, with consequences spooling over fate, which expands infinitely? Perhaps all mind is the first seed of a garden, aeons in the making. We will not see it germinate before the small revelations and exorcisms of our memories. Where pain of the past arises in the present, pushing for ardent choices into the future, a kind of eternity manages to resonate. It's up to us to determine why and how, to labor for that nascent, unutterable truth in our thought, reveal what was deemed lost or intractable, and process our lives from the perspective of meaning. Pain which haunts our transience of past and present will have its reflection in purpose, and life, the impregnable thrust toward our future, will have its meaningful reflection in us. Thank you.
In us. Oh, thank you, Messia Payne. Yo, see, I told y'all in the intro, I was like, this man's got an old soul, and I love that those lines, and they were like, yeah, maybe it's just energy recycled. Nigga. Like that was probably one of the most enlightened poems that I've heard, bro. Like, um, and yeah, I appreciate your work. I appreciate you, um, just putting those words out, even if people don't understand what you're saying, it's going to enlighten them. It's going to wake them up, right? So I really appreciate what you do. Everybody else, I know y'all appreciate what this man does. Go ahead, unmute yourselves and give it up for Messia Payne.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for being here again.
That was wonderful.
Messiah, you're incredible.
Thank you, Gustav.
Poet.
Like so enlightened, bro. Like, bro, I felt that last one was like just, I felt that to my core, not just my physical body core, but to my core, my spiritual core. I felt that last one, man. That shit was dope. I'm really looking forward to October 6th when you come with a set, bro. Like, thank you so much for being you. We love you. Fuck yeah, bro.
Thanks.
So we're gonna keep this thing going now. Coming up, a great friend, one of the most interesting people I know, one of the coolest fucking people I know, soon to be my mentor to school me up and to improve my writing style, my poetry. You missed it earlier, Frog. I wrote a poem for Finn to read, and as I was writing it, I was thinking of you just in the back of my head going descriptor, descriptor. Don't don't say you were diving in the ocean. Say what it was like, right? And so like I wrote this poem for Finn to read earlier, and yeah, she killed it, man. Like I'll call you up later and I'll read it to you because I was really trying to get like describing it to where you weren't really quite sure exactly what it was until like the end. You're like, oh, it was like diving down to the ocean, speaking strange shit. So, Frog, I love you, brother. If you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, I would appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, man. Lone Wolf sits with Chief, Mouth of Fire. We sat spring, humming over native flutes, reed and wind, trying to forget the cold of winter, biting air so close at feet, nipping nails, curling toes, thinking of the warm waters of youth, flowing over rocks, trying to catch the reflection of your smile. In small puddles our hands clutch, small memories we wanted changed, daydreaming into the past as a portal, going back to attempt to amend our failures, unthreading time, unraveling moments, fighting so hard in the dark to rewalk our imagination, tracing the steps of our errors, removing the roadblocks in our direction, reflecting on the waters lost in our fingertips. These years are long gone, grabbed by the earth eaters, devoured by the skinwalkers, swallowed by the wendigo, faces stretched miles along the river. Slowly, the daydream's gone. I reside inside myself, wolf, revolving, sharing space of a convoluted world where you went missing in the miles of our parting. The wood flute sings at war with the self in a battle of you where the crow calls blacken out the night, where the traveler crosses weary and tired, laying his head in the despo of your silence as the kachina dances its last rain dance. Malficium drinkers, harvesters of sorrow, strands of love severed by the space where two men and lady wander. Lone wolf, you have cursed your trail on all fours, covering the valleys in your footprints, gazing along the cliffs until you are summoned to the circle, surrounded by dear mustangs who cannot be tamed, for the road is full of thickets, and every needle that pierces their hide instigates their hooves to run. When the dust settles from the fear that you have caused them, you will know, outsider, that the road traveled farthest is the one walked most hard. You are a survivor, like the weary man, until it is your time to lay in the field, letting the great mother consume you in the blanket of rest. Sleep by the fire, wolf, before you journey into the mountains at dawn. He walks his own path. It's not that he chooses to. He feels that it's the only option he has. He will die for art. He will stand for creation. He will roar for it to be displayed where the foundation of civilizations historically recollect a vision to inspire, to transform, and to implore expression. The lone wolf will travel its roads with a whisper in the background, punching the stars in unison, calling him toward where it resides. He will place his hide upon a chair, resting his weary head, speaking so softly one must lean in to listen.
I love it. I don't know if Frog's reading or not, but I can't hear it because it's like one must lean in to listen, and it's like I'm so leaned into my own headset that I still can't hear it.
Lone wolf.
Or did you just leave it like that to fuck with us, and that's how you ended the poem? We're like,
No, I was whispering.
Oh, okay.
No, I heard whispering. I
Yeah,
heard
yeah, I heard
whispering.
slight bit of whispering, but I couldn't quite make it
Good.
out no matter how. So
Good.
is that what you're going for? Oh, I fucking love you, Frog. I fucking love you, bro.
Yeah.
Keep going. My
It,
bad. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt, dude. I was just like, yo, are y'all, can y'all, I'm leaning in and I can't hear it.
yeah. I'll do that again.
Yeah, start. Yeah, my bad for
Punching the
interrupting.
stars and units and calling him toward where it resides, he will place his hide upon a chair, resting his weary head, speaking so softly one must lean in to listen. Time has unearthed art from dirt. It peels the old paint, revealing behind it a hidden mystery of the past, to be discovered at a time beyond its creation. Carpe diem. A message lost, carpe diem. A message found, carpe diem. A message interpreted, carpe diem, as a message now. Lone wolf, you have walked many miles along the highway. You've crawled, you have bled, losing pieces of yourself along this trail. Yet the circle summons you still. You must water again, crossing the great ocean, standing in the fire where the heart resides, surrounded by mustangs with your howl at the place where love and war dance. So hold your breath. It won't take too long. You will struggle at first, but you will know to give in, knot your strings and pull your threads, rest them soundly around your neck. Like leash, it pulls in directions, such is life. What hinders your professions, the fire will consume. Your love gone, your world numb. Do they know, Wolf, that you have met your threshold? Do they know the damage that they have caused in their silence? Crust of separation, dead to attrition, heart embers cooled. Yesterday's blur, drawing days longer, for you are lost on your trail, falling to exhaustion on the road. When the time approaches, the suspense of news will carry no woe. So walk away, wolf, deep into the gaping maw, and give yourself to the lady, empress of bone, garbed of shade trappings, she in black dressings, tugging at collar. Let her guide you to where rest and rot dwell.
Wow.
So see, this is why I want him to be my mentor and to teach, just because he's one of my favorite poets and just so visceral. Everybody, yeah, ovation. Everybody, if you could stand up, unmute, and give it up for Frog Corpse.
Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Woo!
Yeah. Woo!
Now I'm
Frog,
saying,
you're a monster in the best of ways, man. For
yeah,
real.
there you go.
Bam.
I was gonna say I want to hear like a triple poem, Frog, Messiah, and Elemental.
Oh, that would be dope too. Well, okay, so I would needed to talk to y'all boys about that too. And now that I got two of us here, I'll holler at CP. Frog, you said you were available this weekend to do the Zoom chat about the collab with CP Mays, Paul Skiff, and myself.
Yeah,
Skiff,
set
since
up.
you're here,
Yeah,
what
set up a
time?
time and good.
What time do you think should we like try to shoot for? I'm gonna holler at you guys individually and try to coordinate it. Should we do it tomorrow, Sunday? Around what time would be good for you?
Either day for me, but it would have to be in the evening because I have some obligations during the daylight hours.
Okay, so what time in the evening, East Coast? Around 7 or so? Your time or 8?
Yeah,
All
that's
right, so
comfortable time. 7 or later, I can do it very, very late. So,
I think we're all kind of late night peoples too. I don't know what CP's like going, but I'm gonna holler at him. Let's shoot for tomorrow evening. If not, we'll get another shot at it Sunday.
yeah,
And
just email me all the info. That's
yeah,
all.
yeah, it'll be the same room number. I'll just be like, hey, let's meet up now. And
Cool.
so yeah, and definitely we said I want more collabs. And who are you saying there? Because I got a little sidetrack there. You want to hear Frog?
Oh, that was just like pie in the sky. It just going from my experience here this evening, Frog, Messiah, and Elemental, just based on how
Yo, yeah.
dense that word work is, how dense those images are.
Oh, that would be dope. Hey, y'all boys, y'all still here? I think they still here, right? Elementals in the house still, yeah. And we got Messiah still in the house. Really? Oh no, Messiah might have. Yeah, I think Messiah did. But we gonna holler at Messiah because yo, Frog, Elemental, and Messiah collab too. Like what? How about y'all show up at the meeting this weekend and we gonna get some collabs going? Because I want to hear these things. The rest of the world needs to hear these things. It's gonna be good. So let's keep this thing going because we got a few poets left. And Phynne is done. And she came back and she knows an open mind. We always still chilling. She got to come back and hear some Frog. I actually have a poem that I want to read for you that I think I've already read for you, but it ties up the night of the whole water thing. But I'll wait for that because we have more lovely poets coming up. We got coming up next Generalissimo, Brian Franco, my uncle. Only if I buy him dinner and only while we're eating the dinner, I can call the waitress that he's my uncle. We came up with a term because that's Shocky G's uncle, and I needed a little Uncle Love too from Generalissimo, but he said only if you take me out to dinner and you're paying, you can call the waiter, tell the waiter. But yeah, Generalissimo, thanks for showing up and hanging on and listening to all this poetry. And if you can unmute and bless us with some words, we would
Can you hear me fine?
loud and clear.
Right. Actually, I just wrote this. Can we mute that, please? Thank you.
Gustav, what are you doing?
That was Gustav?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. Okay. Well, I wrote this tonight, by the way, because somebody has a habit of inserting a lot of mythology in their poetry. And I was listening to their feature, and I was influenced to do this during that feature. And there's no title. If Narcissus were born blind, would his fate have been avoided? If he never bore witness to colors or flowers or reflective bodies of water, would he understand the idea of aesthetic beauty? If someone called him handsome, could he comprehend this word as the initiation of his ultimate undoing? If Narcissus were born blind, would his fate have found a way to escape into the ether of forever? Without sight, would he somehow know his smooth skin was something for others to envy? Would he somehow know his silky hair was something not so usual? Without sight, could he have comprehended when his mother's friend ran her fingers across his muscular frame that he was special? If Narcissus were blind, would he have developed his mind instead? Would he somehow have found a way to always be the smartest person in the room? Would he forgo conversations because no one else could provide him intellectual stimulation? Would he retreat to conversations with himself that weren't what he might decide to say to someone else because he was the only person worthy of his attention? If Narcissus were blind, would he have found a way to get lost in the reflection of his voice? He was, after all, the original narcissist. And then I want to do this piece, which I know Phynne Belle likes. I'm glad she came back just in time. It's called
What a good time to come back. Like, bam, that's cool.
So this is called A Random Act. It was a cold, drizzly December Maine afternoon. Not cold enough for snow, not a strong enough rain to call it real rain. It had snowed an inch or 3 that morning, not enough to take out a shovel, easy enough to drive through. The type of snow that gets melted away by a couple or 4 hours of rain. Excuse me. I guess I've got a frog in my throat. I'm sorry. I drove.
Call back on Frogg Corpse. That was great.
I drove the 45-minute weekly road trip to wait in line for about 15 minutes to enter Trader Joe's and exited with 2 bags. I rolled my cart 2 parking lot aisles over to the cart receptacle. And while walking back to my car, I saw a woman holding several bouquets of flower, carefully placing cellophane-wrapped packages stem and down under windshield wipers. I asked her what she was doing. She said that on a day like today, she thought people wouldn't mind getting flowers from a stranger. She extended her right arm toward me and offered me a bouquet. I hesitated to accept, but accepted. I suddenly felt flattered and thanked her. She smiled and responded, just a random act of kindness. I got in my car and inspected the carnations and chrysanthemums that looked like they were painted with melted Skittles. I began to giggle. I felt a few warm tears roll down my cheek. I reached around to the pocket in the back of my seat, grabbed a roll of paper towels, and tore one off to use as a Kleenex. I wiped my tears and blew my nose and started laughing again. I heard my mother's spirit telling me that crying when happy is genetic. Suddenly, I could feel my father's arm stretched across my shoulders, giving me a gentle squeeze. My Uncle Sam was offering me a slice of gooseberry pie for breakfast and a shot of after-dinner aquavit. My Aunt Lila was explaining to me that Velveeta was the secret to a good pot of cheese grits. I think she would have approved of my version with Asiago, coconut milk, curry leaf, lime zest, and white pepper. My Aunt Charlotte was tightly hugging me, acknowledging that her secret depression wasn't something I had to keep secret. My Uncle Ralph offered me an ice-cold Fresca and told me he was no longer afraid to converse with his teenage nephew he thought might be gay. My friend of over 21 years, Beth, wasn't telling me she had decided to discontinue chemotherapy, but instead was making her famous potato soup, while her giant yellow Labrador Ebenezer was asking me to rub his belly. This random act of kindness flooded my heart with sunshine. The sun was refusing me that cold, drizzly December Maine afternoon. This random act of kindness allowed me to feel a little less pandemic isolation sad, a little less afraid, and a little less alone. Gracias, everyone, and thank you for everything that you've meant to me, Phynne Belle, and of course, thank you, Thomas, for this wonderful space.
Thank you, Generalissimo. Those, I see now why you said this is one of Finn's favorite poems, because now that is one of my favorite poems from you. And I hope it's a true story, because what a beautiful act to go buy flowers and just put them in someone's windshield. Because
A totally true story.
Oh, I love that. I would have gave that lady the biggest hug. In fact, it's inspired me. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I do a lot of things to try to help people out in the world and stuff, and even just to smile. Because if you smile at one person, they're gonna smile at the next person, and so forth, right? But that's cool with the flowers. I'm definitely gonna be doing that. Thank you so much, Generalissimo, for coming and sharing that. Could y'all just unmute yourselves and give it up for Generalissimo?
Yeah.
Yeah, Generalissimo.
Nice,
Bring
nice, very
it
nice,
yet
very
again.
nice. Word. Yes.
Well, Magus will always have Katz's, won't we? Me, you, and Teresa, and the rest of the gang.
Teresa.
And it was awesome.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. I'm excited to meet you all in person. Like that's Catalyst and I's dream is to get settled in a place somewhere and then get an RV and take this show on the road. And we're gonna drive all across America and we're gonna be stopping at so many places, doing shows from different people's homes, spreading stickers and love and poetry and just we're
That's awesome.
that's like our dream, and it's you guys that are gonna make it happen and by showing up every Friday and supporting open minds and and keeping this thing going. Let's bring poetry to the world. Like I want to sit on the corner and just read poetry. I asked my wife. I paid for some gas with a poem. We were on the way back and we ran out of gas and we had no money and all we needed was like another $2, $3 to get home, to get some cash to fill up the next day. But yeah, I said I have no cash for you, but do you want to hear a beautiful poem? It was like 3 a.m. and the lady's just like, you know what? All right, yeah. But I read a poem and we got home. It was pretty cool. I paid for gas with the poem. So
Word.
so poetry is power, and we need to keep that power going. And the next performer, keeps that power going. If you are not following them on Instagram, I recommend you do. We got Principe coming up next. If you can unmute and bless us with some words.
Two poems to share. The first poem is untitled right now. Names hold away, even mine. My name means prince in Spanish. All my life, this name had been a struggle for people to pronounce. Pronouncing my worth, not my reality. In reality, my life is a tragedy. Some names are strange to pronounce, but mine was unusual. I received the casual mispronunciation. Without question, a cluster of voices ring out in my head as asking, what does your name mean? I would tell them names ring out in the world to all ears and tell a story. That's the first poem.
Can I pause you on that forever? Yo, that is dope. And I hope I've been pronouncing it correct. I had to mute you for a moment because of the feedback, but I hope I'm pronouncing correct your name when I say it. But that was so dope. And I noticed you're like halfway into a salt and pepper notebook. I know you stay right in. Like, keep doing it. Fill them things. How many of them things you got filled up? Am I saying it right? Those are the two questions I got for you.
I'm going to share my second poem. It's called The Giving Flower. Flowers are the honey of the world. They render their dripping and delicious gold to us. With great might, bees sip from the magic flowers. So much pleasure and so much life is given to us. From dusk to dawn, the vibrant and the ever so illuminating flower gets its power from the delightful orange in the sky. Flowers have a giving heart. Why can't we be the same? Poem.
That was beautiful. I really like that segment too. Everyone, unmute yourself. Give it up for the wonderful Prince P. And yo, if you're not following them, follow. Get on Instagram at Prince P Guilty Journey, I think, right? I could post it. It looks like he got me though. Thank you so much for all you do. Everybody unmute yourselves and give it up.
Woo! Yeah.
Woo!
So dope, man. So deep. That flower one just got me. The name one too. Like, I've been watching Prince P grow as a poet and as an artist, and it's just like, oh, yeah. You're one of me Cat's favorites, by the way. I don't like to pick favorites. I love everybody's poetry, but there's a few people that just kind of speak to our soul in certain ways, and it's like I love everything, but like there's just certain souls that really speak to us, and you're one of them, and I just love everything you do. And another one of those people is this lovely lady that I got to meet here on Zoom, and that I hope to meet in person when we go on our little road trip too. Karen Melander-Magoon.
Thank you so much. A beautiful, beautiful afternoon, evening for many of you. I would like to start with a poem from the just recently published Haight-Ashbury Literary Journal. One of my poems. I got two in them there. So, this is called Space. Space between fingers. Space between leaves, or the petals of a rose scalloped across the sky, space between notes, allowing music to happen, space between friends, space between moments, between here and there, now and yesterday, space as an idea of nothing, space as an idea of everything, unsaid or undone, space traveled on a path curling towards the space, at the top of a hill, or space between needles of grass, softly pillowing my body and the body of my tiny baby years ago as we looked up at the space of the sky, the space between clouds, and I imagined us both floating within that space, resting on clouds, dissipating in space, holding us in that same space together.
Yes. Oh man.
Mom, I dedicate that poem to you from Miss Garrett.
That was awesome.
Thank you. The next one I just wrote, it's called Where is Sun? Where is sun when none can find her dreaming past the fog? Where is moon when night skies hide her face, pale and weeping starry tears fall silently among black clouds? Where do we find rest among a universe of unfound light, wrapped in blankets we can only curl between, dreaming infinitely of soft, elusive brightness, waking us to find our souls within a world of weeping? And this is, thank you. And this is called Time. Time can never be caught. Eternally in movement, it is almost as if time does not exist, or exists as pure illusion, impossible to catch or embrace, a patch of nothing slipping through fingers more quickly than sand, a chimera we rest our lives upon, yet cannot ride, cannot control as it passes us by, wondering why we never can meet. And here is, they're all short.
That time one was dope. I love that one.
And here's Fog Covers. Fog covers the city as it covers the world, all too often in ignorance. Injustice is covered by blankets of fog. Children roam the streets of impoverished countries, reaching through fog for their childhood, reaching through fog for a future, reaching through fog for a friendly hand, reaching through fog for lost families, lost loved ones. Refugees flee starvation or violence, reaching through fog for hope, finding no paths that are not covered in fog. The fog of indifference, the fog of hatred of the other, the fog of misunderstanding, the fog of violence, the fog of war. Fog covers us all, waiting for a sun of warmth to burn off its dampness and deception. Fog covers us all, waiting for the warmth of love to lift the fog of lies and reveal a world of truth. And here can be, I mean, they're all short. I have
keep
one
going.
or
We
two.
want to keep going, but like every time I'm just like, I need a second just to the fog that covers all the fog of war, the fog of love it. Keep going.
Thank you. Clouds walk across the sky, slowly traversing pale blue, moving westward as the wind moves to the west and birds fly westward, following the path of the sun on a nearly autumn day, when the bay, brushed into rivulets by the wind, tempts pelicans to dip into its blue, moving slowly westward against the rolling earth. And this is the last one, if there's time, and it's called Pivot the World Towards Justice. We stand here on a fractured planet. We live among the clutter of dishonesty, pay taxes to government that support war, that support violence, that support occupation, imprisonment of children and adults. It's frozen up a bit here. I may have to, I don't know if I can get through this. It's not walking through it.
No.
Let me see.
Well, we can wait.
Oh, I'm just trying to get it to open up.
Everyone pray to the technology god. All the energies send out there. Fix the phone. We need the poem. Let's keep this thing going. Energy. USB. SD memory.
Well,
Internet.
That's so sweet of you. I love those prayers for the poem. I can read it for a while, but I'm going to have to, I'm not really sure how it ends. So I'm going to have to just go as far. We stand here on a fractured planet. We live among the clutter of dishonesty, pay taxes to governments that support war, that support violence, that support occupation, imprisonment of children and adults without charge. We stand upon broken promises, splinters that pierce our feet and hearts, yet do not glue themselves together. That's as far as I can take it. It's a bit longer than that.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear the rest.
Yeah, I'll try to get it for next week. Thank you.
And speaking of which, I think let me just double check again because we did have one cancellation. Um, we have a slot available in December. If you would be able to do a feature for us, I would really appreciate it.
Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you. What day in December? Any day?
So we
A
have,
Friday.
yeah, we have the 1st and the 8th available.
That would be, I think either one would be fine. That's right. Those bookend my birthday, and I will be turning 80. So I turn 80 December 5th. So I would love to do a feature to bookend my on a bookend on one or the other side of my 80th birthday.
Well, either slot's available for you. Do you want to be 80 when you do your feature? Do you want to still be 79 when you do your feature? That's the
Well,
question you have to ask yourself.
let me still be 79. I'll do it on the 1st.
On the okay. I'm gonna book you down for the 1st. Oh, so excited. I love your poetry, Karen, from the first
Thank
time
you
you
so
showed
much.
up
That
and
is so
beyond.
sweet.
Every time I see you come in the room, I'm like, yes, I love it. And yeah, I'm excited for this feature. I'm writing it down now. So yeah, I look forward to that December 1st.
What time is your feature? You know, I do other stuff and I don't always get here early.
Yeah, I know. So we could work around that. Like for instance,
Okay.
Phynne had a show to do earlier, so we just did 2 open mics, and then Phynne got to do, her whole feature, and then go do her show, and then come back to hear the end. Like so we can work that out. If depending on what time you could start, we can do 10
What
open mics
time
or
do you? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What
yeah.
time do you usually start? I mean, I know I'm in California, so it gets
So you're
confusing.
Pacific, so 4 p.m.
Yeah.
Pacific time. 4 p.m. Pacific time.
I will try to make that, otherwise maybe 5 or something.
Well, 5 would work good because we by the time we wait like 10-15 minutes for people to show up, and then we do
Okay.
5 open micers, and then so by 5 o'clock we would probably be ready for your feature. So we'll talk
Okay,
about it,
I will
we'll
do
work
my
it out.
best.
Yeah, and if you don't show up in time, I can always throw other open micers in to fill the time
If
in
I'm
so we
late,
get there.
okay.
Yeah, if you're late, yeah, we
Thank you.
did that with Ray Jane because she had to work late and get the train and all this, and it worked out perfect. It was so kismet.
Oh, I
CP
love
got to
Kismet.
spit, and then and then they did right before like she got to hear the end of CP and then a tribute poem to her, and then her feature started. So it worked out great, and I'm sure it'll work out great on December 1st. So we're really looking
Thank
forward to
you.
that. Thank you so much. Everyone on mute and give it up for Karen Melander-Magoon.
Karen, fantastic work.
Yes.
We're
Yeah.
just work all the time, consistently every single time. Such a pleasure.
Beautiful.
I love it.
Thank you so much. Beautiful to be here. You're lovely people, lovely poets. I'm always honored just to be in your midst. Thank you. Thank you.
We're always honored to have you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah. Excellent piece. All right, so we just had someone else coming in the room. So we might have to push the end in. We're gonna slide someone in because it was gonna be Finn's encore, and then I was gonna close us out with the poem, The Ocean, that I wrote a long time ago. In the middle of like a big lull of poetry writing, but like something happened. I had to write it, and I stopped writing poetry for a long time. But it's just kind of, it means something special to me. And we had that whole ocean theme going with Finn's feature, so I was gonna close this out with that. But before I do that, um, we have Prasanna Kkumar. I don't believe we ever met, my good sir. Where are you from, and who introduced you to this wonderful space?
I often see you, sir, and it is such a pleasure to be here always. I'm from India, and Phynne is so supportive, and she always sees, and I always see you and listen. So that is me, Prasanna from India.
Excellent. Would you like to read a poem for us?
Yeah, sure. Uh, uh, this is about Parkinson's and and also Alzheimer's, and and the title is Nun. The nun. I cannot bear the burden, said the old nun. I am frail and the least to go on with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's pain. The memory loss not letting her to recall the name of her own, nor she could identify none. The limbs with no discharge of dopamine made her numb with motionless sensors. The nun was all praise of God. The nun was all hope for the believers. The nun was all for the convent. The nun was all for the prayers. Now at the threshold of corridors, waiting for someone to see and talk. Yet her guide is limp with brain damage, yet her walls shiver with hemorrhage. Is it the curse of the old days? Is it affiliated with mental miscarriage? If so, how could she manage? Is unconditional dedication merely a garbage? That is the end of the piece. The nun who is dealing with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Thank you.
That was a
Thank
beautiful
you.
piece to bring to yeah, such a horrible disease that people suffer with, and that was a very beautiful piece for that. And Prasanna, thank you so much for coming. It was a pleasure to meet you. I forgot to do this when I introed you because like we were about to end. You popped in just at the right time for us to hear. But everyone who's here, can we just all unmute for a moment and give a big open mind, open heart, open arms welcome to Prasanna.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, Prasanna. Welcome.
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 I would love to see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. at Indian Standard Time.
It's early for
7
me.
a.m.
Yeah. It's early for me. I think I've made it once or twice. But yeah, um,
Yeah, you
sometimes
made it for Anmesh, not for me. It is
yeah,
too early for
yeah. For you, it's late. It's a good time for you, but for me, it's. But yeah, thank you
Yeah.
so much for being here, and I hope you can find yourself here more on Fridays. I would love to hear more of your poetry. If you have another quick piece, I would love to hear it as well.
Yeah, so I have another one too. It's about maybe it's again a social uh, thing, and it's about the vaccine. The vaccine that witnessed the breeze. The virus was at rage. The time stood still. Doors and windows bore the brunt. Violent bolt. The silence howled in the hearts of souls hankered to walk outdoors. Everything halted, only the eyes waited, famished to see the picture, the scenario of never close as they head back on foot. Blood smeared on the roads or the lengthy distance. Centuries perdition of thoughts made the earth to feel the breeze. The people in general licked the boots of fate. Still much to control, they are not easily pliable to yield. Nature showed its anger. Virus rumbled with fear. Nevertheless, man with resilience stands upon the comeuppance bought in the vaccine. Within no time of one's expectation, once again, the wind is blown out of proportion, and the man with his vision started against scaling the ocean. So that is the end of my piece, the Vexed scene. It's about, you know, the vaccine that we invented. I mean, it's like in the corona.
I love it.
So
I love it. I love it.
thank
Thank you so much again for being here, and we hope that you find yourself here on more Fridays because you are a beautiful soul. I can see it through Zoom. Your poetry, your words, just enlightened, and I'm so glad you showed up. Like the show was almost over, and you popped in at the right time for us to be able to enjoy your words. And I thank you and I bless you for that. And speaking of which, too, we have Julian Matthews, who I believe is another newcomer. Have you ever been here, Julian? I don't recognize you.
I don't think so.
Excellent. So I think that's like 4 or 5 new people we've had in the room tonight. So if everyone can unmute and give a big open mind, open arms, open heart welcome to Julian Matthews.
Welcome, Julian. Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Julian.
Welcome.
Hi, Julian.
Good to
Hi.
see you.
Yeah.
Yes, if you could bless us with a poem, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay. Eggy. I think you know by now I'm just another scrambled egg. Sometimes poached, bleeding choleric yellow from my poetic head. Chipped and broken, dread the shell of a man that tread into your pan, fish out my bits by hand, roll me into a soggy, cheesy omelette, or ugly cry over me and whisk me into a bitter batter, chilled overnight, swirled in a skillet, the non-stick that stuck around. Coated with your buttery pain, then spit into your spatula, stretch me to the edges of your sanity, flip me brown and served with whipped cream, banana, and Nutella, honey, the crepe I already am.
That was dope. Finn, did you bring in Julian too? We got all these amazing new people showing up tonight. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's such a wonderful space tonight, Finn. Again, thank you so much for the night. Um, Julian, if you have another piece for us, I would love to hear it.
Okay. Oops.
I think the poem was so good it crashed his Zoom. It was too much for the world to go. I found it, Finn. Um, okay, so let's give a moment for Julian to come back because that sounded like he was gonna bring that fire again with the share screen, but I think the Zoom crashed on him. So in the meantime, for those of you who missed the Finn feature, I'm so excited for us to get it online eventually because it was such an amazing piece. For those of y'all that did hear it, unmute, give me 2 words that would best describe the emotions felt during that feature.
Inspiring and uplifting.
Transporting and beautiful.
Peace and love.
Amazing. Thank you, Finn. You see how you made those people feel tonight? We had a big turnout too. I think at one time we had an average of like 29 people in the room, and then total through people rotating out, I think we had about 35, 36 people come show up to show you support and show you love, and Thank you again so much for the feature. I'm looking forward to September 21st. I will be doing a
Oh, yeah.
vocabulary word games inspired by my wife Catalyst. Y'all look forward to that. We're going to be introducing
Romantic
2 new forms of
and what?
poetry.
Sexy.
Romantic and sexy. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and smart, intelligent, romantic, and sexy.
There you go. Yeah, because there's 2 of them with them.
Sophisticated. Oh, there's 4.
Oh, there's okay. Yeah, excellent. Julian, welcome back. I know your Zoom probably crashed, but we held a little space for you and we complimented Finn and it was cool. So, yeah, if you want to bless us with that next poem, we really appreciate it.
The road. It's late. After the rain. Alone on a long drive home, uncertain of my way. Highway lights flash by like sentinels. And I hear the steady churn of wheels on wet surface, and the road speaks to me. You don't need a continuous white line to know where to divide us. Broken lines, borders, boundaries, space. We humans fill in the gaps. Even time is just another imagined separation. Past and present dissolved as in a lost friend rediscovered. Conversation takes off where it stopped. As if time itself, like a piece of music, pauses, skips, then the melody of our lives play again. And the road, now gray and wise, says again, you don't have to see the boundary to set one. It's a construct. Race, religion, gender, colors, nations, ideologies, friending, following, everything. If you only harp on differences, all the discord, you never hear the strings, the chords of our lives coming together. Step on the brakes, slow down, look around, listen to the music. Where is everybody going? Why so fast, ever busy? We all will arrive eventually. Sometimes in our vehicles, our made-up constructs, we cross that line. Accidents happen. People get hurt. The damage we hope is temporary, that it can be fixed, that we can workshop our way into wholeness. That there is a reliable mechanic in all of us, that we can return to our side of the road, keep on driving as if nothing happened. The reality is we are never the same. The journey has changed. The destination never the thing. When we separate, individuate, we grow. When we crash into each other, merge, fall out, things change, lines get crossed, and all the brokenness seems all too real. But there's always space and time to heal. And the road, now all asphalt, drops its final hard truth. You are not the only one on the road less taken. Others have taken it. You are never lesser for it. I pull up at the side of the freeway, the truth pile drives into my soul. My heart is wrecked, reconfigured, and restored all at once. It is quiet for a bit, and I make peace with the road. I'm one with it. I am the road, but it has changed, and so have you. End poem. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for showing up to Open Minds and sharing those pieces with us.
Thank you.
Welcome again. Do you have Instagram or something I could follow you on? Um, yeah, that was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Everyone, unmute yourself and give it up for Julian Matthews.
That was great, Julian. Woo!
Wonderful.
Welcome to
Wonderful.
Open Minds, Julian. Great work.
Please come back. I want to hear more. I need more. That was like a teaser. I need more. Nemo's out. Good night, Nemo. We love you. Yeah, I think that about wraps up our night. The only thing we got left is a little piece from Finn, and then I'm gonna read a little something to Finn to close us out, and then Yeah, what a wonderful, beautiful night. So, Phynne, do you have a little piece you could read for us?
Sure, yeah. I'm trying to make encore in pajamas a thing. Put my pajamas on.
Ah, encore in pajamas. Encore in
I'm
pajamas. Oh, I hear the
like
beat and
bananas and
everything.
pajamas.
Yeah.
So I know encore in pajamas. You remember that cartoon, the bananas and pajamas? Okay, so this is a poem from 2021. My favorite, one of my favorite authors is Jane Austen. And one of my favorite novels of hers, books of hers, is Sense and Sensibility. So this is a poem, sort of, kind of about Marion. And it's a found poem. It contains lines from Sense and Sensibility. He must enter in all my feelings. To allow him less of me would speak detachment, flood through every cell, and he overwhelms my inhibitions. I relent, I am submerged. I cannot lift my head above the weight of his attentions. This is how I have made him. This is how I fashioned him. And now he moves in the motion that pantomimes desire, in the words that parrot good intentions. Sympathetic ear, do you realize if I could but know his heart, my own would finally be at rest. Everything would be easy because he would love me. He could only love me. Do you know that he loves me? I feel he loves me. It's in his thoughts, exuberant, that spill when he doesn't fold into himself and his moods. It's in the silence we hold between the curve our chest makes as we press them close. His breath, then my breath, becoming one, becoming their own rhythm, one waiting on the other. I am patience herself, but even this virtue cannot outlive what will remain unspoken. She does not sleep in this bedchamber. There's no room for this phantom to sigh as we sigh, to take her pleasure between our sheets. She is voracious for this affair, but am I to watch in the shadows, always resignation and acceptance? I'm certain how he admires me as only a lover is capable, how he toys with the idea of her, a connoisseur reveling in her fleeting charm, her bluster, her wiles. I have endured her exultation, her surety in this grand design. She dances before me as she mouths my refrain. Because he would love me, he could only love me. Do you know he loves me? I feel that he loves me. It's in how his eyes linger on me when he opens them and truly sees me. It's in the way we have yet to give names to all the stars in the universe we have made. Did she see the raven fly the horizon today? Did she see her perch at the window knowing, had I not been bound to loyalty, I would smooth back her hair and whisper, let me soothe you with lullabies, dear sister. Had I not been bound to her confidence, I would hold her to me so we could weep and mourn our loss in unison. Had I not been bound to silence, I could have taken her pale, lovely hands within my own and provided proof enough of a broken heart for her to look upon, to cherish before realization, before she crushed it, small frightened bird inside her palm. Where we find ourselves awakening, eyes blinded to the morning's accusations, we smile at one another with brave faces. Pretend at the nonchalance we do not feel as we set about to untangle limbs from passion and passion from hearts, feigning indifference, facade cracking in this mockery. Sympathetic ear, listening in, have you turned on me? Do you judge me? Believing you understand the exact measure and shape love takes in its every fluctuation? What do you know of my heart? What do you know of anything but your own indignation, affection boxed rigid, unyielding? What do you know of my suffering? I do not need the insults you heap upon my bowed spine as I depart. You have no need to lend your voice. I cannot express my own abhorrence of myself. I loathe this charade, but I cannot bring myself to do anything else but revisit this, our transgression, nightly. We stay, none of us wanting release. We become the monster itself, all consuming. We are not those blessed to feel desire in the light. We are those creatures who never love by halves. Love binds us.
What a beautiful encore piece. Phynne, thank you so much for this wonderful night. This is why I love doing features because the feature really sets the tone of the night. Even when there's people reading before the feature, they know, oh, Finn's reading tonight. I want to read this piece. And then you do your feature and it inspires people. And we had poetry that was written tonight inspired by you. And that's what I love about doing these different features and bringing people into the fold and just it's an energy like Elemental says, an energy transfer, right? So I appreciate everything that you did tonight for us. And I want to read a poem to you. I know you've heard this, but I don't think really many other people in this room have heard it. I think maybe just you and Gustav. So when I was young, 12, 13, I'm a little too smart for my age, right? And I started to see things, right? And I wanted to write about it. I wanted to rap about it, really. I wanted to make music because I felt that would reach the masses more, right? But we grew up poor. I didn't have a studio. Didn't have nowadays I can download a software and make a beat and record my voice and make music. Back then, you needed money. You needed to buy studio hours. You needed to have producer distributors. All this. So I said, well, how else can I get my voice out? So I started writing poetry, spoken word. Never studied it, never listened to it, didn't know, but I was like, I want to be able to speak words that people can understand and do it in a way that's interesting for people. So I started freestyling and writing poems and doing all this stuff. And I I think I stopped writing poems when I was about 14. And I started freestyling and stuff a lot because it was more free form. Like me and my buddies be hanging out, we would get a cipher going. But then when I hit 30, I'm 39 now, so from 14 to 30, that's like 16 years. And then there was like a gap from I started writing again last year at 38. So it took an 8-year gap, but 8 years ago I wrote one poem. So in this, from 14 to 38, I wrote one poem, and it was shortly after my friend Nick Miller drowned in the ocean. It was a Saturday morning. He drank a few natty ices, was swimming on the beach. It was a private kind of part of the beach. There was two other people on the beach. There was this one man who was working out, exercising on the beach, and then there was a tourist lady who had woke up and she was sitting on the back of her porch. Those are the only three people on the beach. My buddy swimming and these two people. And the guy said that, he looked over and seen Nick was swimming okay, and they're all doing their thing, whatever. But then the next time they both kind of looked over, they seen him washed up on shore. So they ran over, they tried to revive, he was gone. That's not the only person I've lost to the ocean. That's not the only person that I'm sure some of y'all here have lost to the ocean. I myself, I was fit. I was in my mid-20s. I'm like, I got this. Like, I used to love swimming in the ocean because it's such a full body exercise, right? It's the best exercise, swimming against that tide. You gotta look out for rip current. Oh, I've pulled someone from the ocean too. I saved this young girl's life. We went off way past. I went 2 pier lengths out. Me and my buddy took to pull this girl. So I lost people. I almost died myself in the ocean, and I've lost people. So I was like, I gotta write something about this. So it's a short piece. It's like I said, it was like gonna get 15 plus year gap of writing, but this is called The Ocean. The salt hits my flesh. The ocean grabs my soul. The water envelops my body, and I am happy. I've lost friends to this damn pool. I've pulled peoples from its jaws. White crackling teeth, fierce, yet so beautiful. Untold stories lay deep within its bowels. I love this place and its wicked ways, the sunshine creatures and those of shade. Sand on my skin, stuck like the memories, so many days and nights, good and bad. These waves have washed away so many tears, brought joy, laughter, smiles, and pain. Damn this place. I love it with all my heart. Thank you. I've been Thomas Open Minds. I hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. Um, yeah, we hope to see you again Friday, September 21st. I'll be doing poetry games with Fincabulary. Look out for that. It's gonna be cool. Um, we have one feature coming up next month, one feature only. The rest will be open mics. We're not, we're still doing the show. We're just not, we're only having one feature, and it's going to be Love Infinite and Sfango. So hope you guys show up to that. And then moving into October, we have Karen is going to do feature, or not October, no, that was December 1st. October, we had Messia Payne, that's right. And then Frogg maybe doing a feature October 13th, Friday the 13th in October, Frogg Corpse. He needs to see if he's available, but right now it's tentative still. But as it stands, how cool is that going to be? Friday the 13th in October and Frogg Corpse is featuring, right? Like, what? Okay. So after that, we got Sophia Flocka is going to do October 20th. We're going to take a feature break for the end of October just because we might want to go camping or something, go whatever. And then November, we got Stacey Dyson returning. She was our first feature. Stacey Dyson's amazing. Tesoro in the house. So it's been a little over a year since our first feature, and Stacey was the first feature. She's coming. For those of y'all new yos, y'all know RMT, Ron Mark Thompson. If you've never heard this man spit poetry before, I recommend it. I know if you just go to New York and that's all you know him from, he's just in the background doing things, right? But he's gonna be featuring November 10th after Stacey Dyson. Then also from the New York, we got Alex Santhar, the GOAT, November 17th. December, we got Karen, Maddie, Lantern Carrier, and then a feature break for the rest. And then moving into the new year, we're gonna do a feature every other Friday to allow more open mic time so we can go into 2 rounds and yet still have that, feature night, right? So I appreciate all y'all for coming. Um, yeah, you know what? I haven't read this one in a while. It's a quick one. It's called Good Night, Open Minds. Thank you, beautiful soul, for sharing your heart. Thank you for being here and caring for art. Thank you for unfolding the wholeness, for being a part, for participating in our mission to spread light into the night, for your stimulating transmission and widespread sight. Thank you for visiting Open Minds, Open Mic. Good night, y'all. Take a few moments to spread love to each other, to Phynne for the feature. Thank y'all for the beautiful night. I love y'all.
Good night, Thomas.
Good night, y'all.
Good
Good
night,
night. Good night.
Thomas.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
night, Catalyst.
Blessings with your poetry. This is wonderful.
Thank you. A lovely ending to the evening. Thank you so much.
Yes, good night.
Yes.
Good night.
Love you, Thomas.
Love you, Mama.
Catalyst. Good night.
Perfect.
Thomas, I'm mesmerized by the wave, the perfect.
Did you like the background I picked for you?
Oh, yeah.
I always gotta do a back, I do a new background every week, and it depends on who's featuring stuff, and it kind of ties in with the flyers, and I always try to bring that vibe too, because you created one hell of a night. What is it, 4.5 hours later, and we had so many new folks, such wonderful poetry, and I truly feel blessed to be able to host this space. So yeah, thank you
Because
all.
not only is it a wave and it's water, it's third eye. It's third eye. Yeah.
Keep them third eye open. People stay inspired. Keep writing. Your pens are on fire. Come back Friday. We gonna do it all again, all over. I love you. Catalyst loves you. Everyone at Open Minds loves you. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Peace. Peace.
Good night.
Night. Night,
Good
Thomas.
night, y'all.
Love.
Night,
Peace.
everybody.
Peace. Peace. Peace.